In order to make a deep Super Bowl run, you need to have a lot of pieces and parts come together. But what's the most important piece and part? I ask you that question as we open a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live streaming video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Smash the like button, subscribe, get involved on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. Quick answer, 609-403-0973. That's the way to answer. Who's the most important Eagle right now? Who do you got? Most important Eagle is fill in the blank. At Mike Gill Show on Twitter, at 973 ESPN. We got you till 6. Who's the most important Eagle? Who you got? Who is it right now? Tell me. Who's the most important Eagle for this whole thing to culminate with a Super Bowl championship? Josh, who you got?
Offensive line.
Okay, there's one outside the box. What do you guys think? Offensive line, who you got? Most important Eagle right now. 609-403-0973.
To me, what you saw on Sunday Night Football was the embodiment of why the Eagles are a Super Bowl contender and why some other teams are not. Because if that was the Lions' defense blitzing the Eagles' offensive line, they would have done a much better job at blocking.
We hope anyway.
The Vikings do.
We hope anyway. The Lions blitz the Vikings on 56% of pass plays. But who is the most important Eagles player or coach for a Super Bowl run? I mean, obviously Jalen Hurts is on the list. Saquon Barkley's on the list. Jalen Carter, I would throw him on the list. They need a dominating defensive player for this run. They have to have someone who week in and week out during this playoff run is unblockable or just absolutely takes over a game. He's the guy that I think about on defense. Nick Sirianni, the head coach, is he the most important asset of this team in terms of not making mistakes or not doing something that's going to have us talking on Monday? What about Jake Elliott? I haven't even mentioned A.J. Brown. Is there somebody else that we have yet to mention? But who is most important player right now or coach for the Eagles to make that deep playoff run? Who you got? 609-403-0973. Definitely interested to see what people think out there.
Now, you said player at first. Now you're throwing in coach.
Player/coach.
My answer then would have been Fangio. Because I think Vic Fangio, it's been very clear that he is the biggest difference from last year to this year.
They do have some different players on this team. Bourne was not here last year. Quinyon Mitchell was not here last year. Cooper DeJean was not here last year. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was not here last year. So there is a considerable amount of talent upgrade from this year to last year. But yes, I agree.
But you could say, is Zach Bourne here doing what he's doing if it's not for Vic Fangio? Do the Eagles draft Quinyon Mitchell and him have that success if it's not for Vic Fangio?
Don't know. Don't have the answers to those questions. And I think Fangio is a fine answer. 609-403-0973. If you're watching on the YouTube like Michael Malloy, he goes Fangio. He said Fangio is the guy. Also, some other people chiming in. Saquon Barkley. I think Barkley is probably a guy, but is he the most important guy? See, Barkley, he's maybe the highest profile guy on this team with the 2,000-yard season, but is he the most important guy? I think there's a difference there. 609-403-0973. I want to get you guys involved early in this show. It's a Tuesday, kind of getting ready for these playoffs. I thought about this today. You know, the Eagles roster is so weird. It's deep with talent. They got a lot of guys that stand out. But who is the most important? Text board is open, 609-403-0973. Mike, it's Hurts. Health-wise, okay, I would agree Hurts has got to be on the list at least. Thinking out loud, is he the guy who's number one for me? BC in snowy Bowers Beach, Delaware, says Saquon Barkley is the most player. Another text message says, I'm with Josh. The offensive line is crucial. 1A is Saquon. Then I'm a big DeJean and Blankenship, big play guy. So, yeah, you're bouncing all over the place. Look, there's an argument to be made for many guys. Barkley, AJ, the offensive line. I've maintained all season long the star of this team is the offensive line. They're able to do what they do because of the offensive line. I will say this, something that stood out to me that was a little odd. A.J. Brown went over 1,000 yards this year, not by much, 1,079 yards. Devontae Smith had 883 yards. So not like a big, huge year from any of the wide receivers. Now, I know Brown missed a couple games, Smith missed a couple games. As Kellen Moore is interviewing for jobs, he had a second interview set up now. He is going to interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars, potentially to replace Doug Peterson. So now Kellen Moore has a second interview on his plate this week. But, again, it's a weird dynamic with Kellen Moore. You're not like, oh, man, we lost Kellen Moore because the offense was so dynamic. It seems that the reason you would be upset about losing Kellen Moore is because of the continuity that you would be losing.
Correct, because we know coming into a couple of years ago, the big deal about Hurts going into 2022 was it was the first time he had continuity at the offensive coordinator position since high school. Well, now the whole point of bringing Kellen Moore in 2 years later was to get Hurts back to 2022. Well, aren't you going to be hitting the reset button again if he leaves?
If he leaves, right, then you're going to have to go find another offensive play caller. So does Kellen Moore put rank on this list of who's most important? 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Guys, we can't call quarterback the most important position in all of sports and say it's Hurts. We can't call the quarterback the most important position in all of sports and say Hurts isn't the most important. Bottom line, in my honest opinion, if Hurts is healthy and plays, it's a dub. If he's out, it's bounce in the first round. 609-403-0973. That was from Jay in Absecon. Is that cut and dry? If Jalen Hurts plays, they win. If Jalen Hurts doesn't play, they lose. Do they even have a shot if Jalen Hurts does not play? Jimbo is watching in Ocean View today. He says, simply put, the Eagles' success is a sum of the parts. So he's kind of wiggling out of
That's a lame
the
answer
for me there, Jimbo. He's saying it's the sum of the parts. Isn't that the offensive line, though, the sum of the parts? You called him lame, and you went offensive line yourself.
Because I'm being specific. I'm being a specific group of parts. He's saying the sum of the parts. That's like if a woman asks you, do I look fat in this dress? And you say, you're always pretty, honey.
Is that your answer?
I'm way too complicated for that. That's why I'm single.
609-403-0973. Look, the offensive line it's one thing that we take for granted, I think, sometimes, because so few teams are good up front like Philadelphia is. They are one of the few teams in the league that can honestly say their offensive line is the strongest part of their team, and that is even with Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown. Here's why the line is more important than Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley has already played in this league with multiple teams, and multiple seasons, I should say, and was nowhere near this player.
Correct.
It shows you, yes, Saquon Barkley is pretty good, but he's historically good behind this offensive line. And that just tells you the difference between the Philadelphia offensive line and the New York Football Giant offensive line that he played for behind 6 seasons. So it tells you just how much of a difference maker the Eagles' offensive line is. Croce chimes in. He says, man, it always grinds my gears when coordinators get poached for head coaching and must flop hard just to return to coordinating. Well, listen, Croce, I don't know what kind of guy you are, but most of these guys get into coaching because they want to be a head coach. I know people, you want to get to the top of your profession. Being a head coach and running your own team, that's what they get into it for. But you're right. Kellen Moore, in my opinion, is not a head coach. He does not have the temperament, listen, I don't know Kellen, don't know him behind closed doors. Maybe he's the kind of guy that rules with an iron fist. I have no idea.
Doubt it.
He seems very passive, very kind of folksy, a little all shucksy.
Yep.
That doesn't prevent him from being a great head coach potentially, but I just don't see that personality as he seems more of, I don't want to say evil genius, but just kind of like a guy who's really football smart and competitive. I don't know that he's head coaching material.
I think the biggest thing going against Kellen Moore is the fact that this is a guy who's a former quarterback, and he has not shown himself to be hyper assertive as a coordinator. Like, one of the things people love about Ben Johnson in Detroit, Mike, is the fact that he is a guy who is very assertive. He says, we're going to run this play. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to go out there and be crazy. Kellen Moore is just kind of like, I'm calling the plays. We're a good team. Like, he doesn't have that demeanor as a play caller that lends me to think he would be assertive as a head coach.
Yeah, if you're just judging his personality does not jump off the page as head coaching potential there. Over at Mike Gill Show, who's the most important Eagles player coach for a Super Bowl run? Right now, Jalen Hurts is the runaway winner. 72% are saying Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley is next at almost 30%, and some of the other options are lagging behind. RJ says if Hurts plays well, they win the Super Bowl. It's that simple. That's an interesting take. If Hurts plays well, they will win the Super Bowl. It's that simple.
I don't agree with that because I think that we are at a point now with this team this year that we saw multiple games where Hurts had average or below average games, and they were still dominant in their success because of other people on the positions.
Well, then you can make the argument, even if he didn't play well, they won. If he does play well, then there's no excuse why they shouldn't win.
Right. Like if Hurts plays like the Steelers game, then you're assuming they're going to win running away. But I think we've seen this team this season show you that, hey, we don't need, like, for example, the Buffalo Bills need Josh Allen to play great to win. The Eagles don't need Hurts to play great to win.
Yeah, Josh Allen, it's funny. If I were to say to most people out there listening right now, who's the Buffalo number one wide receiver?
Nobody knows.
I would assume most people don't know who that is.
I mean, I'm not even sure I know because, like, I could tell you who the big name is, but I don't even think he's...
Well, I don't know that they have a big name.
Well, they have Amari Cooper.
Is he still a big name? Are you putting him in the big name category?
He's a name that people know who he is.
Yeah, he's nowhere near their leading receiver this year.
No, he's not at all. Their leading receiver in terms of total yards is Khalif Raymond, actually.
Yeah, I don't know that too many people have a much idea of the Buffalo wide receiving core. And that was one of the reasons why people thought Buffalo coming in was going to take a step back, is because they lost a lot of weapons. I was one of them, too.
I was wrong.
And listen, Josh Allen was amazing this year. He has a good running back with James Cook. They got two good tight ends there. Their defense, is okay. I don't know if I'm right or wrong about Buffalo. I'm just not a big Buffalo. I'm just not believing in Buffalo, but they have played Josh Allen has played so well that he has carried that team. But now the stakes go up a little bit. Do I think Buffalo is going to make a deep playoff run all the way through the Super Bowl? Probably not. But who's the most important Buffalo Bill? We know it's Josh Allen. That answer is definitive.
Definitive.
For Philadelphia, not quite as definitive. Who's the most important player on the Philadelphia Eagles for them to make a playoff run? And you take a look at him and say it could be any one of probably, I think you can give about 7, maybe more solid answers to this question.
I mean, to me, there's 4 answers just on offense.
Well, you got Barkley. You got Hurts. You went offensive line. I think you throw A.J. Brown in there as well.
Correct. That's the 4th one. Yeah, A.J. Brown's the guy that, the Eagles have shown that they are a much different team with him on the field versus off the field.
Defensively, Jalen Carter, I think, is the first guy on defense you got to put out there.
Probably the second one will be C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I'm going Quinyon Mitchell ahead of him. Well, he's the guy that generally gets locked down with the other team's best receiver. So if you are looking at, hey, we're matched up with Mike Evans. Hey, we're matched up with Jaden Reed. Hey, we're matched up with Jamison Williams or Amon-Ra St. Brown, one of those two guys. Who's the guy that's going to get looked at in that game? It's Quinyon Mitchell. The safety is generally the guy who's the opportunistic, as opposed to we got a game plan for where is C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
See, I go C.J. because we saw in the Washington game when they got those 22 points, it was all after C.J. got kicked out of the game. He is the play caller on the back end of that defense.
Well, I think part of the reason is, too, the drop-off from C.J. to the next guy is precipitous.
It is, but to me,
That's why I think that was more
it's
of
also
a
a
problem.
big drop off from Quinyon the next
Yeah,
guy,
well,
too.
if you lose any of those guys, you're up the creek without a paddle.
That's
I'm
true.
saying when they're on the field, who's more important? I look at Mitchell as because he has the tougher assignment in that game. Whatever game he plays in, he's going to have the tougher assignment.
Yeah, listen, if you want to tell me that you're going to take the Q over the CJ, I'm not going to hate on you for it.
Well, and I
For
would
me-
almost say Zach Bond almost goes ahead of CJ for me.
Okay.
You could make an argument for Josh Sweat that they have to get pass rush from somebody consistently, and he's the guy that's probably at the top of the list. I mean, in this league, pass rush is probably the most important thing on defense, and they don't blitz a whole heck of a lot. So if you're not going to blitz, and I'm going to ask the secondary to make plays, I got to get some pressure up front, and that would put Josh Sweat high on the list for me as well.
Well, to me, Josh Sweat's success is directly related to your number one name, which was Jalen Carter, because Jalen Carter has been double-teamed more than any other player this year in the NFL, and he is a guy who is constantly collapsing the pocket, creating pressure, playing almost every snap of every game, and when he has success, it opens the door for everyone else to be successful.
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Right now, asking you guys to start the show, who's the most important Eagles player or coach for a Super Bowl run? You can make an argument that Jake Elliott should be high on this list.
Is maybe Jake Elliott the biggest question?
Well, I think it's the most underrated conversation because he's a special teams player, and generally you don't talk about special teams player as being the reason why you win or lose the Super Bowl. But right now, to me, Jake Elliott is a big factor in all of this. He changes the dynamic of how Nick Sirianni coaches the game. If Nick Sirianni has 4th down and 3 and it's a 49-yard field goal, is he kicking that field goal, or is he saying, I got to go for it because I just don't trust my kicker right now? It changes the way the Eagles coach and approach every single possession from the 30-yard line and beyond. If you're at the 30, now you start to get into that 47-yard field goal range. You get into that 50-yard field goal range. And in the past, Nick Sirianni would say, we got 3 points. We're at the 30-yard line. Now, do you have to get to the 25 to get that feeling back? I think that is something that will probably need to be looked at and discussed a little bit deeper as we get ready for this game on Sunday.
Absolutely. And, in 2017 and 2022, you saw the Eagles use the advantage they have with the kicker to their advantage, right? They used Jake Elliott and said, hey, we got a guy who can do this or that. But this year, it's different, right? You don't look at Jake Elliott as Jake the Mick anymore. You look at him as just Jake Elliott.
Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, both of these guys making huge impacts for their new teams. They both have over 1,500 scrimmage yards and 15 touchdowns. It will be the 8th playoff matchup in the NFL in postseason history that will feature running backs that will match up with over 1,500 scrimmage yards and 15 touchdowns. Which running back, by the way, it's the first wild card game that this has happened since Amon Green and Sean Alexander. We will have Amon Green on the show later on this week. He will be our Packers Outside View. Former Packers running back Amon Green will join us later on. He's the last one to do it. It was Amon Green against Sean Alexander. Which running back is more important in the game on Sunday? 609-403-0973. These two teams played, if you don't remember. It was all the way back in September. It was a Friday night. Barkley in that game had 132 yards, 3 touchdowns, all the way back in week number 1. He will be the first player to play against a team in the playoffs after he scored 3 times against them. The last time it happened, Jamar Chase took on the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, and that is when the Bengals went to the Super Bowl. Overall, Barkley has 100 scrimmage yards in all 4 games in his career against the Packers. He has 100 scrimmage yards and a touchdown in 3 straight. It's the longest streak by any player against Green Bay in the history of that franchise. Barkley has owned this team including this year. So you can make an argument that Barkley will be the most important player to keep an eye on this week. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and watch the show live. If you're watching the show live, send us a picture. Text it in, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. We'll start to post out on our social media, you guys watching the show live from your living rooms. I got some people texting those pictures in, so I said, hey, that's a pretty fun idea. Mike in Dover says the question is, like quarterbacks, if you have 12 answers, you have no answers. So the guy that scapegoated your question by saying the sum of the parts, he's correct. Hate on his answer, that's fine, but you guys have made an argument for most important and mentioned 12 names already. His answer is Fangio, by the way. That's Mike in Dover.
Well, we're naming multiple guys because that's how good the Eagles are. They're such a deep team.
Well, his point is that is the sum of the parts because we're mentioning so many different names and there is no definitive answer.
I argue that there are definitive answers. You just don't like the answers.
Well, you can't have multiple definitive answers. You can only have one, Josh. Your answer is kind of hypocritical to the answer you gave to that guy who had the sum of the parts answer.
I still say some of the parts is too vague.
Well, then you can't give 12 answers is that guy's point.
I didn't give 12 answers.
So you're giving one definitive answer, which was 5 people.
A group of people. Arguably the most important group of people on the field.
Who is the most important player or coach for a Eagles deep playoff run? Not just to win this week. This guy is going to have to be consistent and lead them all the way to the Super Bowl. Brandon in Dennisville said it's hard to pinpoint one person as the most important for Eagles Super Bowl run, but I think one of the bigger concerns is Jake Elliott. His longest field goal this year is 50 yards and missed every other 51 or more. Right now, I hope a playoff win doesn't come down to a long field goal from Elliott. Brandon in Dennisville, you just read our mind. You are correct. I think Jake Elliott is a guy that you have to be a little leery of. Luciano chimes in, says the head coach, because think about Andy Reid. He calls the plays. Nick doesn't. Nick, that's from Luciano from Ocean City. Well, Nick doesn't call the plays, but I got a stat about coaches who don't call plays. That's very interesting about the playoff field. Got that coming up. By the way, got a picture of somebody watching the Sports Bash. Seems like a cubicle where they should be doing work, but they're not. They're watching the Sports Bash, which I think is great. Appreciate it. And by the way, looks like that person's going on vacation January 28th and 29th. So enjoy wherever you're going. Good picture of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. We'll read one more. He says, if Hurts can't play, the Packers will stack the box. Well, Hurts is going to play. So, I mean, the rest of that stuff, I think. Hurts will be on the practice field tomorrow. He'll play. This is getting ridiculous, this whole thing. Hurts will play. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, former NFL tight end Colin Thompson talks to us about these NFL playoffs, the matchups he likes here, and more. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. Sal Palantonio earlier today on Greeny, you talk about the difference between the Eagles' defense from week 1 to the first week of the NFL playoffs. It's a lot. We'll talk about that, the matchup, and more with former NFL tight end, host of the Colin Thompson Show, SiriusXM NFL Radio, Not For Long Media. How many more titles does this man have? Colin Thompson joins us first time in the new year. Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year, brother. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to all out there. Happy holidays. It's great to be on the show, man. I love the snow days and all the fun that comes with that. So hope you enjoyed the snow yesterday, my friend.
I did enjoy the snow. We did a good job, getting into the building here, everybody out there. We had a lot of viewers on the stream today, and, of course, a lot of people getting ready for the playoffs. In the weekend, you didn't have a lot of games with meaning, but the Eagles, they go to play the Packers, who lost the game. These two teams played all the way back in Brazil in week number 1. You just heard that Sal Pal bite. He talked about the difference. He mentioned Cooper DeJean. How different is this defense in your mind just because of them adding him to the mix?
I think he adds just that kind of Swiss Army knife, right? He can play in zone coverage. He can play in man coverage. These guys from Iowa, you see it at the tight end position. They're all pros that are ready to come in and play, right? They may not be drafted that high, but you're like, wow, that guy for that. Okay, Wirfs from the tackle for the Bucs, another Iowa guy. George Kittle, Iowa guy. Noah Fant, Iowa guy. Right? It just keeps coming. T.J. Hawkinson, Cooper DeJean. Right? They're just pros, so they handle it, and they can handle. You can see the way they move him around. Like, that's not a rookie. They put him back to the return punts, right? He's got a lot of responsibility. So he's had huge impact on that team, Mike. We all know how they struggled in the defensive backfield last year. And to add Quinyon and add Cooper to go with, the veteran presence that's already in that room, right, from the safety position to the corner position, it's a win-win. So he has huge impact, and what a great draft. This is Howie Roseman's one of his better drafts, right, with these two top corners.
Yeah, I want to get your take, too, on Zach Bowen and just the season he's had and how this has happened. Here's a guy who's been in the league for 4 years. It wasn't like they drafted this guy, rolled him out there. He's been in the league. How were they able to get this level of play from him?
Well, it goes back to a clip of Vic Fangio, which blew me away. And he said, Howie Roseman sent him to me and said, Vic, I want your opinion. And Vic said, I think he's a Mike linebacker. I played against Zach in Carolina for 3 years. He's your classic special teams linebacker who plays the Sam position, who's kind of average size for that position. Right? He's not small, but he's not TJ Watt, right? He's not JJ. He's not, Myles Garrett. He's not like he's so explosive off the edge where you got to set everything to him, right? He's just like a solid player. Probably play like 8 years in the league, right? Well, not so fast. When I played against him, I was like, yeah, okay, great. I can play Zach Baum. You're not losing sleep, right? Now, you're losing sleep over him. I mean, credit to Vic to see him as a Mike linebacker. He never really played it. He played a little bit in college. And he devastates the thing. He's long. He's rangy. He has pass rush experience from his time to playing the same linebacker on the ball. He can run in coverage. He's tough. He plays hard. Coming from another great college program in Wisconsin, right, through their heyday, properly coached, understand defense, understand structures. I mean, they popped him in there, and he's been balling all season long. So what a home run signing. Great job by Howie and their defense and Vic. Perfect fit for Vic. He's changed their defense, right, because the linebacker position they never invest in. They got him cheap. They should pay him, in my opinion. The defensive line, they took a hit when Hassan left, right, and they've lost guys throughout the years, a war of attrition there. So, for him to step up and play, I don't think they're the same defense without him.
Colin Thompson's with us. Colin Thompson Show, SiriusXM NFL Radio, Not For Long Media. Colin, you take a look at this team. We just talked about two new pieces to the defense. Baum, the linebacker, Cooper DeJean. They obviously have other ones, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Quinyon Mitchell, the rookie there. But the one guy who was here last year, two guys really, Josh Sweat, Jalen Carter. I want to get your take on playoff team. Do they have enough pass rush for the playoffs?
That's a great question. I'm not going to sit here and say they do from the sense that this is the best group they've had. I think they have enough to get it done, Mike. But is it the best group the Eagles have had in the last 5 years? No way, right? I mean, when they had, the D-line depth, just from the interior spot, right? You saw that success they had, right? You saw with the edge rushers, right? With a plethora of them, Brandon Graham and Vinny Curry. And it felt like Chris Long. It felt like they had like 5 guys and they're doing the old hockey line change. But that's not the case anymore. So, it's going to be interesting to see. Like I heard Gruden talking about on like a Barstool Sports podcast the other day, like, hey, you know what? Sometimes I got to burn a timeout because I don't want to pull Warren Sapp off the field. Like if Jalen Carter's tired and you have a timeout to burn late in a game and it's not going to help the offense too much, then like maybe you call a timeout and give Jalen a little bit of a breather so he can go get the quarterback. So, it's not the same, Mike, but they have a really good, strong first line. But what's the depth look like? And it's always a war of attrition. And that's why at the trade deadline, you always see people trading mid-round picks for premier pass rushers. So not the best they've had in years, but I think they have enough to get it done for sure.
All right. We've been talking about who's the most important player for a deep playoff run. And obviously, you got Jalen Hurts. He has not passed the concussion protocol. He has to practice first. He is scheduled to practice, I guess, tomorrow. And then once he practices, have you ever gone through the concussion protocol? Do you know what has to happen here? Because this has been a little weird.
Yeah, so I've never gone through it, thankfully. I've had my fair share, but never really went through it. So what happens is you take a baseline test when you show up for training camp in August. Sometimes you get it done before you leave, so you don't have to do it in August. So let's just say you're doing it sometime between April and August. You're getting it done. You're in the training room. You go on the iPad. You do like kind of a mental test. It's hard, right? They're flashing colors and logos, and you got to click buttons, and it's somewhat taxing. And then you get a grade, right? That's your baseline grade. You take another one a little later. That's like more of a physical grade, right? And then they give you like a baseline score. That's the score you got to get here. So for Jalen, right, they probably test him, I don't know, maybe once every other day. And if he's not clearing that test, they won't let him go. They won't let him out to practice. I don't know that protocol from that standpoint. I didn't really want to know about it. Thank goodness that I didn't have to learn about it. But there's tests that they have to pass from a physical perspective and then a mental perspective before you can go onto the field.
So he has not passed it to the point where he's practiced. Once he practices, then they can say, all right, you went through a full practice. You are now cleared. So the anticipation would be that he should play on Sunday. He's been out since the first quarter of the Washington game. So we're going almost 4 weeks. Colin, does that worry you that, hey, the quarterback hasn't played in 4 weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Me, Mike, I'm pretty positive and optimistic. But, I think the nice thing for a guy like Jalen is, he's not sitting around. He's not hanging out. He is training. He is lifting. He is running. He is doing everything they're giving him the green light to do, right? So I'm sure the first day they let him lift, he's in there grinding. I'm sure the first day he's allowed to be, not be sensitive to light. Sometimes with concussions, your eyes are sensitive to light. So maybe he's watching film with the protective goggles on so his eyes don't get messed up. You never know, right? That guy's going to find a way. That's why I've never bet against Jalen Hurts. That's why last year when I joined your show, I'm like, okay, he's not the same guy. I get it. He's not the guy maybe you thought he'd be, this A-plus Tier 1 quarterback. But I think he's firmly in Tier 2, right? And that's just kind of who Jalen is. He's that quarterback who's like somewhere between 5 and 10 when you come to ranking NFL quarterbacks. So it concerns me, but he's such a pro and veteran that, I think they're going to get him going. And I know we'll transition to Green Bay here. I think it's a great draw for the Eagles. And, I'm excited to see how it goes, man. They've had a great year. And what a ride it's been compared to maybe last year where it was such a roller coaster ride at the end of the season.
Yeah, you mentioned Green Bay, and it's a great draw for them. Why is it, when you take a look at matchups, you're a guy who's played in the league, and it's like, hey, I play for Carolina, we're playing against X. That's not a good team, but we just don't match up well with them. We could play against a better talent, but we match up better with them. How does Philadelphia match up with Green Bay that you like this matchup?
Well, you just think of the rest of the teams really in the NFC, right? And again, this takes nothing away from Coach LaFleur. This takes nothing away from Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs. They got a good team. It's going to be a great game. But, do you want to face Sean McVay and Matt Stafford and Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp? I don't know. Do you want to face the Vikings, who, yeah, they had a bad loss the other night, but, that's not who that team is. So, okay, great. I think the Bucs would be a good draw. Do you want to face the Commanders again? I don't know. Right now, they're trending in a good direction. So, to me, it's a great draw. I think they could beat all those teams. Don't get me wrong. I think they're the premier team, other than Detroit and Minnesota in that division. And you can argue with the health of the Eagles right now, they could be a better team than Detroit. But it's a great draw at home, Packers, Sunday afternoon game.
What does
Blake's going to be rocking.
What does the loss of Watson in your mind do for their offense?
Wow. I mean, listen, man. Anytime you're losing a top weapon, right? We know it. They're going to move the coverage here. They're going to move the coverage there. Green Bay is a little bit more of a committee approach, if I remember correctly. Right? They spread it out a bit.
They got Reed. They've got Dobbs.
Yeah.
And Watson, kind of the big. He's like the stretch the field guy.
Yeah, their tight end got hurt this year, I believe. So, this isn't a team where you're like, oh boy, the Eagles got Devonta, and they got all these different people. It's a different. Right, the Eagles have like 4 number ones if you include their tight end. So it's a different team. The back is the guy. Josh Jacobs is the truth. He is a real deal. He's Scott Holden at the Seaview in Cape May yesterday with the only bar being open. So I had to give that plug in there. So that's to me what I would be concerned with is Vic's going to say, okay, we got to stop the run. That's how they're built off anyways. That big 5-man front. Zach Baum is running around because he's not double teamed. So. I'm curious to see how they handle that, Mike. That's going to be the game that's inside the game. But not facing a true number one receiver, is huge. It's huge for the Eagles defense.
Yeah, I know that the first time they played, it was kind of a back and forth. 34-29 was the game. He had a huge game from Saquon Barkley, 3 touchdowns. He had like 130 scrimmage yards. A.J. Brown, 67-yard touchdown. He had a big night there. But when you take a look at the big thing here, the Eagles' offensive line, we were talking about how the most important player on this team for a deep playoff run, if that offensive line is healthy and cranking, that's who that's kind of who you hang your hat on almost every single week.
No doubt about it. It needs to be. That's where the money is. That's where the draft pick is. That's where everything is, right? Period. Like left to right, everyone's paid or has been highly paid or highly drafted. So we needed to work out. I think Cam Jurgens in the first game, I did a little cut up on him when I watched it. He made some nice plays, but he just didn't look as comfy as he does now, right? That's what goes to expected, right? You sit behind Jason Kelsey for 3 years or whatever it was, and you come into the center spot, and it's your first regular season game, and you're playing in Brazil, right? So now he's a little bit more comfy. The whole line's really special. It's been great to see what Becton has done, another great signing for Howie Roseman. Obviously, the 2 bookend tackles are elite players. Landon Dickerson, the left guard, is a moose. That's why the tush-push works. Everyone's like, oh, Jalen Hurts is a stud. Absolutely, he squats the house in a stud. But it's the left side of Mailata and Dickerson which really makes it go. Like, you don't get there's never been a bigger left side on offensive line ever. I can't imagine. 330 and 380 or whatever. Like, that's just stupid. They just cave it in. So I agree, Mike. At the end of the day, hello, Saquon Barkley. A low play action pass. It's going to be just a dose of it and tush push. And the Eagles are just going to pull away by 2 scores, in my opinion. They're just too good defensively now, to hear what Sal Pal said. And they're offensively. The weapon of the offensive line is the most important player or position group or whatever you want to say, especially they're all rested. I'm looking forward to seeing play this weekend.
All right, couple quick hitters. Minnesota, that performance on Sunday night. Does that make you worry that maybe they're a one and done?
It doesn't. I think, to me, they brought a lot of pressure. Aaron Glenn's a really good coordinator for Detroit Lions. Everyone talks about Ben Johnson. He's elite. But Aaron Glenn in D.C. is elite. Very few players were drafted high, like first-round picks like Aaron was, and you'd be a great coach, too. I think Sam got spooked a little earlier, got lit up a couple times, and a couple of the ball sailed on him. You could see it, right? He got a little anxious in the pocket. Great route conversations. Guys are getting open. He just kind of floated on it. So, I played with Sam. He's a tough kid. He'll bounce back. That defense is good. They're going to burn that tape. That's my guess. Just literally light it on fire. Don't even watch it. And let's move on to the Rams. They went there and won this year, I believe, too. So they'll have some experience there, and they know the McVay stuff. It's all the same offense they run. So the defense won't have to prepare as much.
All right, Washington and Tampa I find interesting. Tampa has been a team that's given the Eagles problems. They beat them this year. Washington beat them this year. Tampa's at home here, but they got to face Jaden Daniels. Initial thought on that one?
Yeah. Listen, I'm a Baker Mayfield diehard fan. Played with him in Carolina, too. You can never bet against Baker. That's kind of his juice, but I would this week. I think Washington's got some really good juju, a little bit more mojo going, a little bit more health. I like Washington. I like Jaden Daniels. I love Dan Quinn. They really impressed me. I think Washington.
All right, let's go to the Saturdays. Chargers with that really good defense. Houston is, this team had a lot of high expectations. They did win 10 games, but it just feels like they've really were flat all year long. A lot of injuries.
Yeah, I was down there on Christmas Day watching the Ravens game, the old Beyonce halftime show. Very nice show, by the way, Mike. And, I just think for me, like at the end of the day, like when's Houston going to turn it on? If they turn it on, they can win a Super Bowl. They got the talent. But you're right. The injuries of the offensive line has hurt them. Bobby Slowick went from this huge, big coordinator candidate with C.J. Stroud to they're just been okay. So, it's kind of an unknown there, Mike. And I think that scares some people. And I think it scares me. I think we know what the Chargers are. And I think it's a good story. And I think we wake up Monday saying, wow, man, this another Harbaugh brother. Maybe we may get Ravens Chargers in an AFC Championship game. So It's pretty cool, and I like the Chargers.
Well, you just talked about Ravens. They got Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's lost 4 straight, haven't scored 17 points or more in any of the 4 straight losses. They feel like they're just limping their way to get blasted by Baltimore.
Yeah, these teams that limp in, man, like Texans, right? Pittsburgh, you don't just turn it on. I'll be at the game this weekend too. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. But I like Baltimore. They're not limping in. They're playing well at the right time. Their corners are making plays. They got good confidence. Obviously, you got to play the game. But these teams that are dominant, they're going to remain dominant in the playoffs.
Last one is Denver, Buffalo. Feels like no one even knows much about Denver, but man, Nix has played great. I was way off on him. I thought he would be a bust. He might be the best of the rookies, even with Jaden Daniels. Their defense gets a lot of pressure. Buffalo, man, there's a lot of weight on the Josh Allen shoulders.
Yeah, great point. Early in the season, when Kansas City barely beat the Broncos, I went and watched the tape, and I'm like, wow, this Bronco team is actually really good. I don't even know half these guys' names on the team, other than Mike McGlinchey and Mike Burton. They're my two buddies in football. Right tackle and fullback. I'm like, I got to watch this team. It's pretty good. So they're a pretty good team, Mike, but I don't think they're going to keep up with Buffalo. A lot of the coaching staff from Buffalo's up for big jobs. Joe Brady, all these guys, right? They're going to be humming and ready to go. This is a Super Bowl year. It's an MVP year for Josh Allen, even though I do think Lamar should get it, but that's neither here nor there. I think Joe Burrow should get it. That's neither here nor there. So for me, Mike, I like Buffalo. This is a big year for them and a year they should win a Super Bowl.
All right, that's Colin Thompson from SiriusXM NFL Radio, Colin Thompson Show on Not For Long Media, former Carolina Panthers tight end, and right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. It's the Eagles and the Packers this Sunday, 4:25 on 97.3 ESPN. All right, buddy, we'll catch up with you soon.
See you, brother. Have a good one.
All right, there's Colin Thompson, everybody, here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, coming up, I got a stat for all of the What Does Nick Sirianni Do crowd out there. We'll have that for you coming up next here on the Sports Bash. All right, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. I'm Mike Gill. We got so much to do. So Nick Sirianni, he is a CEO coach, right? What does Nick Sirianni do? Well, Zach Berman put out this tweet earlier today. For all the offseason talk about Nick Sirianni as CEO coach, there were 7 teams in the NFL this year that won 12 or more games. Only 2 of those 7 call the plays. Can you name the 2 guys who do call the plays, by the way?
Andy Reid.
He is one.
Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell. Of the other teams that won 12 or more games, they are all CEO coaches. You've got, let's see. If you look through the list of guys who are CEO coaches, Buffalo, Sean McDermott does not call their defense. Baltimore, John Harbaugh does not call, well, he was a special teams coach. The other team is the
Mike Tomlin.
Washington Commanders. They won 12 games. Dan Quinn does not call their defense. The Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell does not call their offense.
Or anything.
And there you go. So the teams that won 12 or more games this year, Philadelphia, by the way, Nick Sirianni, he also does not call the play. The CEO coach. Is it cool to be the CEO coach in today's game?
That was Sirianni. Twice in 4 years. 14 wins.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hour number 1 of the books. It's thanks to our friends at Autumn Lake Healthcare Center, skilled nursing rehabilitation with elite-level care in a warm and vibrant atmosphere. Visit autumnlakehealthcare.com to find a location near you. Tonight on 97.3 ESPN, it's the Flyers and the Maple Leafs. Also, Flyers insider Kevin Durso joins Game Night with Josh tonight. That will take you right into the Flyers and Leafs. You can listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up in hour number 2, John McMullen, the latest on Jalen Hurts. Should we be concerned about his availability? 3 o'clock, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. John McMullen, Birds 365. Give us the latest on the Eagles. They'll practice tomorrow. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907. Broadlees.net. All right, let's get into a couple news and notes around the Eagles and some practice stuff. Number one, John McMullen first joins us right now on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Johnny Mac, what's up, brother? How are you?
Doing well. How are you, Mike?
Always good. We know this is the week, the playoffs here where you're getting ready for the one-and-done situation, and a lot of things happen for good teams. We'll get into that in a moment, but give us some clarity on this Jalen Hurts stuff. It seems like it's got off the rails that, like, hey, he hasn't been cleared, and that's concerning. Should we be really concerned that he has not cleared the protocol?
No, I don't think so. And I think he's going to clear it this week, whether it's Wednesday, most likely Thursday. And then everything should calm down and be fine and good. But until it actually happens, nobody's allowed to talk about what stage of the protocol a player is in. All I can tell you is if there was any chance that the starting quarterback was going to miss a playoff game, there would be a palpable sense of panic, and I get none of that.
Right.
None of it.
So, in other words, because he has not practiced, they have not practiced this week, so he has not been able to practice. You have to practice, be on the field. That is the final step. So, is that why he has yet to clear the protocol? I only ask this because some of these national shows are going bonkers by the fact that he hasn't played, and it's a concern.
Exactly. So,
which is, by the way,
passing the protocol until you practice, and he wasn't going to practice last week, so. And you're not going to practice, obviously, on Sunday, the day of the game. You're not going to practice on Monday. You're not going to practice on Tuesday. So you can't get out of the protocol, and I think the vast majority of people don't understand that.
Well, which is a little, because one of the segments this morning, Jeff Saturday was a head coach in this league. You would think he would say, guys.
Yeah, they don't know it either.
Right, well, I mean. The fact that he's on the panel, though, and he's, putting the fist down that this is a concern that he hasn't cleared. I'm thinking, you are a head coach in this league. You know he can't be cleared until he gets on the practice field.
You would think. He wasn't a head coach for that long. I would imagine he would have gotten it at some points. But, I think a lot of people don't understand that, head coaches can't really do anything about injuries, so you have a medical staff, and you leave it in the hands of them. So some of them don't even get invested. The problem with concussions is they're all different. Some are serious, some are not serious, some are even questionable that they ever even got a concussion. And you look at the history, and it's, some guys pass it within a week, but this year it's been much more difficult to do that, but you generally pass it after 1 week. And then you have the extra added pinch of basically the Eagles didn't want to play him last week, no matter what they say, so they didn't want him to practice. So I
was going to say, how much did last week them not really wanting him to play murky this whole situation of not really, I don't know, can you hey, don't worry about the treatment today or whatever, the next step, this, how much did that game?
All of it. And that's where the Eagles are doing themselves a disservice. Or maybe they don't think it is a disservice. I can't.
Well, you heard the way, as normal, you hear the way that Nick Sirianni gets asked about the backup quarterback situation. He doesn't even give you a concise answer on that.
No, well, Nick doesn't believe in giving any kind of highlight to the opponent if there's any, in fact, he believes that some people don't use every advantage they possibly can, no matter how small it may be. So that's his belief, and that's fine. But, yeah, I think it does more harm than good. And here's a perfect example of it, because outside the building you have this general panic, and inside the building they're almost like, whoa, what do you mean? What's the big deal?
Well, he said that he remains in the concussion protocol, no new news. So, I mean, his coyness, as you're kind of chronicling here, isn't helping the situation.
No, not at all. The Eagles should have just said, he passed the protocol last week. They should have went through the stages and rested him, because you can go out and do a modicum of football work and just shut it down from there. But they didn't. And they, but I will say this. If they lost to Dallas and needed that game, he would have played. And the Eagles will never admit that, but he would have played.
That's interesting. All right, John McMullen's with us, Birds 365. All right, so I guess the next piece of this is he was asked yesterday about the backup. This seems like a pretty easy answer, I guess. However, how much is that cloudy because of the injury situation?
Yeah, well, that's completely clouded by the injury situation. So you have to see where Kenny Pickett actually is. So if he's healthy and ready to go, he'll be the backup.
That's definitive in your mind.
Yeah, that's definitive.
Okay, so what's he have? Broken ribs or cracked ribs?
Yeah.
What's his problem?
Broken ribs.
So broken ribs would be the problem with Kenny Pickett, but he would be the starting quarterback if there was anything that happens with Jalen Hurts.
He'd be the backup quarterback. He's not going to start. Tanner McKee's not going to start. Jalen Hurts.
Right. No, if for some whatever reason that Jalen Hurts was unable, because there's a lot of, you do have this contingent that wants Tanner McKee to be the starter no matter what. Did you? I know I told you that. I asked you if you got that on your show yesterday. Did you get it this morning?
I'm surprised. I haven't gotten any of that.
Okay.
I think most people realize that Tanner McKee shouldn't be the starting quarterback. I expected a very small minority, but I haven't gotten any of it, which I'm pleasantly surprised by. Evidently, you've gotten it.
Yes, I've gotten a lot of it, actually. There's a lot of people that think that Tanner McKee should not only be the starter, should not only be the backup quarterback. I think you've got probably some of that, right?
Yeah, that. There's a bunch that think he should be the backup. But I've got nobody that thinks he should be the starter.
Okay, well, get ready. They're coming. I guess you got a couple more days. We'll see. So Jalen.
Now, if Jalen doesn't play well, then I expect it to amp up. Yeah, God forbid they lose.
Well, what I wanted to ask you is, you've now seen them play with Pickett one week, McKee the next. Are they a different team offensively with those two guys as opposed to Hurts?
Oh, completely different. Completely. But, I think that's good coaching. They don't have similar skill sets. And, we'll take out the Washington game because the game plan was in. But from that point forward, when they got the game plan first for Kenny Pickett and then Tanner McKee, they game plan with Kenny Pickett in mind and Tanner McKee in mind. Mm-hmm. And that's what you do. You try to take advantage of their strengths and try to minimize their deficiencies. And they're different style quarterbacks than Jalen Hurts. So, yeah, it was different.
Is it, I don't know, is that a more conducive style for Kellen Moore?
I think he's more comfortable with that style. I will say that. But, he knows that, and to his credit, he has sort of morphed the offense around Jalen Hurts, as he should do. And Jalen Hurts is a better player than Kenny Pickett, Tanner McKee. So that's why you do that.
Yeah.
Everybody's not the same. I think there's this thought process that everybody has to play quarterback one way. And that's just not the case, especially in the modern game.
All right, John, you take a look at, the one, I thought this was kind of interesting. A.J. Brown had over 1,000, like 1,079. Devontae Smith only had 883. So the passing game obviously has been an issue all year. They said it, passing. Not this dynamic passing game. However, is that the way to go after Green Bay?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, it depends on what Green Bay team shows up. I always go back to Jim Schwartz, who always said, and I've said it numerous times on this show, and Vic Fangio said it earlier this season as well, all games have personalities. And my biggest question with this team is, can they win a shootout?
Mm-hmm. Would you have classified?
I don't know.
Would you classify their opener in Brazil, 34-29? Did that have a shootout feel to it?
A little bit. But I think that was an outlier from the perspective of not only Brazil, but the playing surface. So I don't know how much you can take from that game. But if you look at both sides, ton of turnovers, bunch of drop passes from Green Bay's side. Like, if Green Bay actually caught the football in that game, if you go back and watch that game, boy, they would have scored a lot of points. I kind of look at that game and say, yeah, give a mulligan to both teams. The Eagles were lucky enough to get the win and get out of there. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't a sharp performance, and there's been so much evolution from both teams. The Eagles have a completely different offense, since week 4, and Green Bay's made some changes on defense due to injury, with Jair Alexander, trade Preston Smith, and Jeff Hadley's actually got him top 10, actually pretty good job. And offensively, they've been kind of disappointing. Very similar to the Eagles. I think that's the unintended consequence of having a running back having a big-time season. Their running back, Josh Jacobs, is not, not to the level of Saquon Barkley, but he's been darn good.
Yeah, 1,500 yards, 15 touchdowns. I mean, he's been pretty darn good there.
Yeah, but there's an unintended consequence to that. And if you look at Green Bay's games, so many times they start slowly, just like the Eagles, because they're trying to grind it out with the running game, and then they get behind, and then they start to pick up the tempo, and here they come.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they.
This is a group of guys.
Come back, sometimes they don't.
This is a group of guys, John. This Green Bay team. They were the 7th seed last year. They beat Dallas 48-32. They're the only 7th seed to ever win a playoff game. Now, the playoffs just expanded recently. But they have scored 30 points in 5 of their last 7 games. You talked about that shootout, and you wonder, can they do that? Does this offense match up? They scored 29 points the first time. The Eagles' defense is much better than that first night. So when you look at the Eagles matching up against the Packers, no Watson, do you feel like they can keep this offense in check?
Well, I always say good offense beats good defense in the modern NFL. So, I think the Eagles are better equipped than most. But if Green Bay has one of those days where it's just clicking, I think then it becomes the shootout. And then it becomes you got to keep up. And, on paper, the Eagles should be able to keep up with anybody.
Right.
But they haven't been playing that style. No, Green Bay hasn't been playing that style until they get behind. And as I said, then they tend to go up tempo. One of the strangest things to me with both these teams, when you have Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore on one side, you have Matt LaFleur on the other side, and they don't seem to recognize how important it is to get the quarterback in a rhythm early. Both teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And all of a sudden,
I really liked what Kellen Moore did with Tanner McKee on Sunday.
Yeah, well, he didn't have Saquon Barkley.
True. But, he got him in a rhythm. He got him doing something that he was comfortable. It was almost like, hey, pick a play or two out of the playbook that you like, and we'll run it for you 15 times.
Yeah, there was a lot of repetition, but, you know, it's a young quarterback, and obviously that's not going to work in a postseason environment for all the people that want Tanner McKee to start. They were playing a very bad opponent who didn't necessarily want to win the game. So all of that has to factor in, but Tanner did a very good job, and I think Kellen did a very good job. But, you know, when Saquon is there, the Eagles have decided that, hey, we're going to run it.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, really they've been a second-half running team, not a first-half running team. And by that, I mean success-wise. And that results in slow starts, which is fine as long as you're in the game. Then you wear them down, and the second half comes in with the offensive line leaning on people. But again, we've been talking about this all year. Well, what if you're down 14-0? Then what happens?
Yeah. Well, they've been down a couple
Maybe
times.
They'll never go through it.
Yeah, they've been down a handful of times, and they did run themselves back into those games. They got down in the. Were they down in
10-0 would be. 10-0 would be the worst, I believe.
John, real quick, let's go around and what's happening here around the league. You got playoff stuff happening. You got firings all over. Kellen Moore is going to interview for multiple jobs. Obviously, there's coordinators all over the league interviewing for multiple jobs. But I want to get your take on, number one, the Giants deciding to retain their brass.
Well, you got to chuckle a little bit about that. I mean, you know, I just think as Eagles fans that people should be excited that there's some bad organizations in the NFC East, and there has been for many years. Washington may have turned the corner for a little bit, but obviously the Giants have not. And if you look at sort of John Mara's perception from those who cover the Giants that, all right, we're going to bring them back, but you have this playoff or bust mentality. That's not the way to run an organization. You either believe in the guys or you don't. You don't put, okay, we'll bring you back, but this is it, one last shot. You know, you're just kicking the can down the road and you're bringing in new people next year because that's not going to work. Just a bad decision-making machine. That's the New York Giants.
What about your thoughts on what's happening in Dallas right now, that whole situation with McCarthy?
Same thing. I mean, Jerry Jones is a great businessman, done amazing things for this league from a financial perspective. But as a football executive, he's a disaster, you know? And you're talking about a guy who is more, if you look at the contract stuff early in the season, that's Dallas's history. They go through this whole process of, oh, what's going on? How come they're not signing Dak Prescott? How come they're not getting the deal done with CeeDee Lamb? And ultimately, they wait. They pay a penalty for it, a financial penalty for it, but they eventually bring all the players back they want to bring back.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you know, he admitted that he does it on purpose to keep them in the headlines.
That's unbelievable.
And again, yeah, it's not the way to run an organization. So, you know, the Eagles have this big advantage with their division.
How serious of a candidate in your mind is Kellen Moore this offseason? Like, you've been around him. Does he come off as head coaching material? I mean, I'm afar. I just don't feel like this guy's a head coach. Doesn't seem like this, you know, outside the box offensive guy. I don't know. Just seems like a very mellow and nice man.
Yeah, I look at, if you look at, you know, Nick Sirianni versus Kellen Moore, because there were a lot of people who said, well, you got to keep Kellen Moore as the play caller and all that. You know, if you see the two, one screams sort of leadership and the other is sort of understated. And And I think people don't realize that job is about a lot more than X's and O's. So I don't get the feeling he's a hot candidate, other than he's sort of one of the guys that you always interview, has been for years now. But he's certainly behind Ben Johnson. I would say he's behind Cliff Kingsbury, even a Joe Brady maybe. There's only 5 openings. I don't think the Eagles have anything to worry about, but, if they make a deep run and somebody takes their time, that could change very, very quickly.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I just doesn't, Jacksonville today, Jacksonville's interviewing like 15 guys, it seems like. So there's a lot of candidates out there. There's a lot of interesting things happening, as it always is this first week after the season ends. We'll keep our eyes on that. We got Eagles and Packers this weekend. We got a lot of stuff happening right now. Of course, the NFL playoffs begin on Saturday right here on 97.3 ESPN. You can watch John McMullen tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. I'll be on at 8:20 to talk a little Eagles and Packers with John. And, of course, you can hear him here on the Sports Bash. All right, John, we'll talk to you, pal.
All right, thanks, Mike.
There you go. Gives you a little insight on the whole Jalen Hurts thing, because a lot of people are talking about Jalen Hurts and his inability to be cleared right now. It's a little bit more complicated than that. He has to practice first. That's the first hurdle, or the last hurdle, I should say. The Eagles have not practiced. He did not practice all week last week because they did not anticipate him playing. So, therefore, he did not practice last week to even try to play in the game. That's a big difference. The participation protocol is after players are diagnosed with a concussion, the player gets rest, has to sit around, basically do nothing, no activities. Then they do some aerobic exercises under some sort of direction. Then you get football-specific exercises. Then you have non-contact training drills. You're running in place, stuff like that. Then you come back to practice. That's what he has not done yet because the team has not had practice. And that is why he has not cleared the protocol. We should have an answer on that tomorrow. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. Who's hot? Who's cold? That is on the way here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, here on a big old Tuesday. All right, 329 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It is a Tuesday edition. We've got Who's Hot, Who's Cold here on the Sports Bash. And, of course, Who's Hot, Who's Cold all season long on a Tuesday. We bring it to you from our friends over at Ace Hardware Home Services. Cooling, heating, plumbing. The helpful team is now making house calls in South Jersey. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book today. So we got 14 NFL playoff teams that we're going to take a look at. We're going to rank 1 to 14. My thoughts on the teams that can win the Super Bowl. And, of course, the Super Bowl run starts right here on 97.3 ESPN. We have every playoff game all the way through Super Bowl 59.
Can't wait. This Saturday, it all begins.
2 games Saturday, 3 games Sunday, 1 on Monday night, right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, here we go. Number 14, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow. You're that down on them.
They have scored 17 points or less their last 4 games, all losses. They've lost 4 straight games. They are the epitome of limping into the playoffs, and going to Baltimore, not ideal.
Definitely not ideal. They definitely have the worst matchup.
They have played well against Baltimore, so bad matchup for them. They've actually, in the history of these two teams, this has been a game that they have generally fared well in. But they did beat Baltimore earlier this year, 18-16. Yeah. They just lost the game recently here. I just feel like this Pittsburgh team, I always feel like all year they just weren't a good team and they just kept getting by, and now their true colors are kind of coming out.
They got exposed at the end of the year, you're saying.
Yeah, last 4 games they just could not score. They scored 13 against Philly, 17 against Baltimore, 10 against Kansas City, 17 against Cincinnati. Seems like the offense, the wheels have fallen off a little bit.
All right, gotcha.
Number 13, it's Houston. Very disappointed in this team. C.J. Stroud had a lot of high hopes coming into the year. Then he lost Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins got hurt. They had so many injury to weapons on that team, and they just never seemed to be the team that we thought they were going to be.
Right.
So I just don't feel like this team is – there's no Super Bowl vibe about this team.
The only thing they have going for them is if C.J. Stroud gets hot for like a quarter or 2, they could beat somebody.
12, the Chargers.
Okay.
Chargers is another team, just like nothing redeeming about this team. They have a good defense.
They have a very good defense.
The defense hasn't been as good recently, though. Are they getting exposed a little bit as this great defense that they were early in the league, early in the season? They don't have Herbert's very good. They don't have like that number 1 receiver. They don't have this great back. Their line, they're just kind of vanilla. Although they were 11-6, I'll give them that.
Yeah, and Harbaugh has willed them to the postseason.
I think they'll win this game.
I think it's very possible.
This feels like the game that you think that they're going to win on the road, and then Houston wins. And you're like, really?
Right. Yeah, you wait all year to show me that.
Yeah, then Houston gets the doors blown off them in the second round.
Right, exactly.
Denver's number 11. Denver's another team. I maybe like Casey Joyner weeks ago said this is a team that can make the AFC Championship game. And I was kind of like, really? But Knicks is way better than I gave him credit for, so I was wrong on him. Their defense is solid. They pressure the quarterback a lot. They don't have a lot of weapons on offense. Now you're in the playoffs. It's like, all right. They lost to Cincinnati a couple weeks ago. They lost to the Chargers a couple of weeks ago. They lost to Kansas City. They lost to Baltimore. They lost to the Chargers again. They lost to Pittsburgh. You get the theme here? Anybody that they've played that's any good, they've lost to.
Right.
So Denver, number 11, you could make an argument that I should have them behind the Chargers.
It just depends on how do you view the teams. I would say that I would put the Chargers ahead because I would put Herbert ahead of Knicks.
Yeah. And quite frankly, I probably should have put Denver because I think Denver loses in the first round to Buffalo, and I think the Chargers beat Houston.
You don't think they're a threat at all?
Well, they got stuck playing Buffalo, and I just don't think that's a great matchup for them.
So you're saying it's more about the matchup than it is about them?
Yeah, because I think the Chargers will beat Houston, and therefore they're in the divisional round, where I think Denver gets bounced in the first round.
Gotcha.
So realistically, I should have Denver 12 and the Chargers 11.
But
if you notice, those teams are all AFC teams.
You haven't said one NFC team yet.
No, number 10 is the Rams.
That's the first NFC team.
They're the first NFC team. I think the NFC is very competitive. The Rams. There's a team that I had them in the playoffs in my first edition of Who's Hot, Who's Cold.
Yes, you did.
They win the division. There's a team that's got a lot of weapons on offense, but look at the end of the stretch for them. They won 13-9, 19-9, 12-6, 44-42. They've shown they can win in a variety of ways. They had won 5 straight games, and they were all different types of games. I mean, so this team has kind of shown they can win ugly, they can win low score, they can win high score, 21-14, kind of in the middle there. They got beat up by Philadelphia 37-20. That's the last time they lost until the game on Sunday where they played Seattle.
And they played nobody in that game.
Yeah, they sat everybody, which is kind of interesting. I think if I'm the Rams, did I really want to get into the 4-5 game and have to play Minnesota or Detroit? They was like, you know what? We'll take Minnesota or Detroit. Doesn't matter to us.
I mean, do they maybe feel like they look at those teams, they say, we have the weapons to beat them?
I guess they feel like everybody's kind of right in the middle there. Like they're all similar.
Because the Rams almost beat the Lions earlier this year. They did beat the Vikings this year.
Number 9, Green Bay. Green Bay is sneaky. They're scary. They've won the 7 game before. LaFleur's a good head coach. They got plenty of talent and weapons. I just don't love their defense. I think their defense is not like this high-quality level defense. They don't have that number 1 big-time receiver. And quite frankly, I think Jordan Love, is very good, but he's not elite. He's not great. And he had a solid year, not a great year, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. This team, to me, is still just like they didn't take the advancement that we thought they were going to take after a playoff run for them last year.
The thing with the Packers is that they are going to be without Jair Alexander again, the number 1 cornerback. That is a huge hit to their defense. And don't forget, not just Watson injured, but they have had numerous injuries on this team throughout the year. They are easily one of the most, aside from the Lions, one of the most unhealthy teams in the NFC playoff field.
Minnesota, number 8. Saw some exposure for them the other night. Mm-hmm. You blitz them. Could be a long day at the office. Now, did Darnold just have a horrible night and they put blitz protections in and do a little bit more? They had no answer for the blitz the other night. This is a team that, they're playing the Rams in the first round. They got to go on the road, too.
Right.
I think that's a tough matchup for Minnesota. They have a good defense, though. They do have a lot of weapons. They're dangerous. All these NFC teams have something about them that's dangerous.
What do you think the real strength of that Vikings team is then? Is it the defense or is it the run game? Is it Jefferson? What is it for you?
Well, I mean, I think it's their defense and then the playmaking ability of Jefferson. If they're going to win games, you've seen them 42-21, 30-27. They've had a lot of shootouts this year, 31-29. They beat the Packers in that game, 31-29. So you look at their 27-25, they beat the Packers. So they can get up and down. They can, look, all these NFC teams, you can make an argument for every one of them that they can beat you.
Yeah.
7, Washington.
So why Washington over Minnesota? Because you would argue the Vikings have a better defense than Washington, right?
I like Jane Daniels.
You like him that much?
Daniels, McLaurin. I think the defense is better in Minnesota, but Washington showed, hey, we can stop the run. If you want to try to run the ball against us, we can do that. They've won some big games. I think they're 5-1 this year against playoff teams.
Well, I know the one they lost to the Eagles, so.
Mm-hmm. So this is a team that, with Jaden Daniels' late close game, he has shown that he can find ways to win.
Are they the
5-1 against the spread, by the way?
Are they the worst matchup for a team like Tampa?
Well, I have Tampa number 6. I think Tampa's going to win that game. I think that Tampa team's dangerous. Baker Mayfield is way better than people give him credit for, and he's got weapons. The running back has turned into a huge weapon there with Bucky Irving. They got Micah Evans. Their defense is solid. It's not great, but it's solid enough. I think Tampa is, and by the way, Tampa is the most probable matchup for Philadelphia in round 2. Now, the game would be in Philadelphia. You have not fared very well down in Tampa.
Correct.
But the game coming up here to Philadelphia is a lot different. They beat Washington 37-20 in the first week of the season. They beat Detroit. They beat Philadelphia. So they have a couple wins under their belt, Tampa, that says we're capable. Now, they have a lot of slop in there. They beat the Giants. They beat Carolina. They beat Vegas. They beat Carolina again. They beat New Orleans. So they have not played a very difficult back end. They lost to Baltimore. They lost to Kansas City. So, but I think Tampa beats Washington this week.
Okay.
But I think Washington can beat them. They played, the game, by the way, was in Tampa week 1. Tampa beat Washington 37-20.
Yeah, and I think Tampa is a team, like you said. Baker Mayfield's part of the conversation, but I think Bucky Irving's the biggest thing you said before. Like, his emergence is the biggest difference for them this year. They are finally balanced again on offense.
6 through 10, I'll give you my top 5 coming up on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. It's easy to do. Just go to YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, search for The Mike Gill Show. You can hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and you can watch the show live. If you're watching the show live, take a picture and text it in to 609-403-0973. We've had a bunch of people texting pictures in of them. Wow, I love the one of the guy watching at work today, and it has his vacation days up on the wall there next to him. Good one there. Keep those text messages coming in, 609-403-0973. We'll give you the top 5 teams that can win the Super Bowl next. I'll get you into my top 5 teams that can win the Super Bowl in order, ranking them down from 14 to 1. Number 14, Pittsburgh. Number 13, Houston. Number 12, Denver. Number 11, the Chargers. Number 10, the Rams. Number 9, Green Bay. Number 8, Minnesota. Number 7, Washington. Number 6, Tampa. Top 5. Number 5, Kansas City. Yeah. I mean, they got a really good defense.
Reed.
Mahomes, they're not the same. They'll be fine. I think they're a factor.
I think they're definitely a factor. I just wonder with them, I mean, is someone going to catch them? Like, who's the team that can catch them is the question.
That's the thing. I don't think there's a high enough profile AFC team that worries me. Like, there's not that Lions level of team.
Yeah.
Where they're like, they're just better than you. You're going to have to play, on the AFC side. Baltimore's number 4. Baltimore's playing really well here late. They had a little hiccup in the middle of the year where they were like, do you really think that team? Now, the Lamar factor is here. He's got to win one of these games.
They have played a lot better defensively also the last few weeks.
That's true. I was going to say, their defense, 10, 2, 17, 14. The game against Philly, 24. So they've been decent, 23 against the Chargers, 16 against Pittsburgh. They've cleaned their defense up, and they can beat you in a variety of ways. Zay Flowers, though, don't forget about him.
Yep.
He got hurt. Don't know what his status is for the game. Any update there?
I haven't seen an update yet, but they said they're going to wait until we can evaluate him.
Breaking news, Antonio Pierce, Raiders, fired.
He is out of here like Vladimir.
All right, number 3 in my rankings. The Buffalo Bills. So this is a tough one. Josh Allen, James Cook, the receiving core, very inexperienced, young. Their defense, it's not a great defense. It's a solid defense, not great. That's what I talk about. The AFC just doesn't have that team that I just love and think is, they're plus 550, Buffalo. Buffalo's plus 550. Philadelphia's plus 650.
Right. I mean, it's almost like you look at Buffalo and you're like, we assume they're good because they've been good all year kind of deal.
I've seen them play a couple times at like the full game when they're in prime time. I've seen them other times where I'm like, man, this team just has something about them. They like each other. They like playing with each other, that kind of stuff. But they're not the best coach team either. They make a lot of mistakes.
Nah, a lot of weird clock management stuff.
2, Philadelphia. Best defense in the NFC, maybe the league. Weapons, it's no slight to them. I just think the Lions are just a deeper, better team right now.
That almost sounds oxymoronic, though, because the Lions have like 14 guys on injured reserve.
Yeah, but they're starting to get guys back. Anzalone came back. It looks like Montgomery could come back if the Eagles played them in the NFC Championship. Not to by the ready. It's and by the way, the Lions say they do expect him to be back for the divisional round. They don't even need Montgomery. They're just as good, if not better, with just Gibbs. He's that tough that they might not even need like Montgomery loss isn't that big of a deal.
Right, it's not the end of the world.
No. Arnold, I don't know what his deal is. He's day-to-day with a foot contusion. Okay, he would be a decent loss for them. They have persevered without the guys. They've just, like the Eagles had injury after injury after injury when they won the Super Bowl. McNeil, losing him, I think, was tough. And it hasn't been a problem for them.
Yeah, and don't forget, they have played all these games without Aiden Hutchinson, too, which is wild.
No Hutchinson. They've moved on from that. By the way, here's the one thing for them. Their defense did give up 48 to Buffalo. They gave up 34 to San Francisco, 31 in the game against Green Bay. But they can beat you in a shootout. Their offense has not been –
Their offense has not suffered.
Has not been affected by the injuries other than Montgomery. And Montgomery, while he's a great player and an important piece, he's not the death knell of that offense – working or not. They're quite fine without him because Gibbs is more dynamic, just gives him more touches. They've got 3 great weapons in the pass game.
And they have a very good offensive line.
Their offensive line, You can make an argument that their offensive line is overall better than Philadelphia's.
You could.
Yeah, I mean, you got Goff. Where they really get you, this is where they're very interesting, where they get you. And that's why the matchup with them in Philly would be very interesting. They do a lot of stuff over the middle of the field. They hit you a lot over the middle. Amon-Ra St. Brown is kind of a middle worker. Laporta, the running backs, they catch the ball in the backfield a lot. They got a lot of guys that do damage in the middle of the field. The Eagles, how will Braun and Dean handle that situation? Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, he would be a factor again. It would be a really fun matchup to see these two teams. Right now, I got Tampa ever so slightly ahead of Philadelphia. By the way, the betting numbers on these two teams. Here are the betting numbers for the teams that this is at ESPN Bet, okay? The Lions are plus 300. The Chiefs are plus 350. The Bills are plus 550. The Ravens are plus 550. The Eagles are plus 650. Minnesota, 14-1. The Packers, 20-1. Tampa Bay, 25-1. Chargers, 30-1. Rams, 35-1. Commanders, 40-1. And then Denver, Houston, and Pittsburgh are all 75-1. Of that group, plus 650 for the Eagles is tremendous value, in my mind.
I mean, it's kind of the thing we want to just grab it now before it gets less.
Well, if they win this week, that will drop. So, right, if you want to bet the Eagles to win the Super Bowl, I guess plus 650 is probably the best number you're going to get right now.
Exactly. Because
Yeah.
if they win this weekend, that probably number goes to what, 300?
Well, half the teams would be out. So, right, you probably drop that thing, maybe cut it in half. It depends on who is. The Lions and Chiefs are both going to be there.
Right.
Do the Bills and the Ravens lose? Because if they both lose, then you really chop into that thing. If one of those two teams loses.
Yeah, one
All
of
right.
those teams, yeah.
That's a look at who's hot, who's cold, brought to you by Ace Hardware Home Services, Cooling and Plumbing. The helpful team is now making house calls in South Jersey. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book today. It is Mike Gill in the Sports Bash. Coming up on the other side, Adam Kaplan is in the house for football at 4. And coming up in football at 4 today, concerns, weaknesses about the Eagles. What concerns and what weaknesses do they have that could rear their ugly head into this matchup? Plus, we'll look at the strengths of the Eagles that could be the reason why they beat the Green Bay Packers for the second time this year. Hey, these two teams met way back in week 1. 4 times a team has met in week 1 and then again in the playoffs. All 4 times the team that won in week 1 lost the playoff game. Just throwing that out there for you. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms and on their YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds. Joins me here for a Tuesday edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, ahead of the Eagles taking on the Green Bay Packers. Adam, they started in Brazil. They'll end up in Philly, and one of these teams is going home. We got plenty of conversation on this one. We're going to look at concerns and weaknesses and strengths, but, you know, the playoff rematches. Here's a stat for you, Adam Kaplan. 4 times the team has met in the opening week and then again in the playoffs. All 4 times the team that lost the opener won the playoff game.
You don't have any idea how many years ago these games were played. I'm just curious.
We'll try to find that for you.
Yeah,
yes, I do have that information for you.
Not that it matters, yes. But yeah. It's a stat. I mean, it happened, so it's worth mentioning, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about matchups. And boy, that was a heck of a game, by the way. That Week 1 game. Dude, I remember you and I, because that was a Friday game. So you and I were able to talk about it on Tuesday, heading into Week 2. That had a playoff vibe. That was a phenomenal game, if you remember. It was up and back.
Yep. Each
team had a lead. Anyone could have won it. A lot's happened since then, and the coordinators today were actually talked about that because they were asked by the media. I think, and when you look at it from an Eagles standpoint, we learn a lot. We learn a lot. Though that was more of a passing game. Although in the Eagles, by the way, they lost the turnover battle. I think they lost 3-1, but they still won the game. They've morphed into this running team, Mike, like no other. Like we didn't know it would be quite like this. I don't think anyone did. Interesting. We talked to Jeff Nixon, who was Saquon Barkley's running backs coach for the Giants for Patreon. We put a clip on YouTube so you could watch it. And Jeff worked under Andy Reid. Most people don't know that. I totally forgot. He worked under 4 years for Andy Reid, and you kind of know when you work for Andy Reid and the Eagles, you're going to pass the ball a lot, but really has not been the case this season because a big reason is Barkley has been good. And, you know, in that first game, Mike, Barkley had that great catch on that wheel route, and I wonder if he'll do that again in this game.
Yeah, there's so much here, by the way. One of the other interesting numbers when you take a look at this game is Matt LaFleur. No coach has been better as an underdog. He is the only head coach in the Super Bowl era to have a winning outright record as an underdog. He is 19-16 when he is the underdog. So Matt LaFleur, the head coach, keep him in mind, has a pretty good record in these games. They're 25-10 against the spread, by the way, as the underdog in the Matt LaFleur era. But we're going to take a look at some of the concerns and weaknesses here, starting with Philadelphia's offense and obviously the lack of availability, not for Hurts to play in the games, but he hasn't practiced in about over 2 weeks now.
Yeah, actually almost 3 weeks. December 20th, that Friday was his last practice. He did not move enough in the protocol last week to even get a limited practice, and that was the only disappointment. I know he was in the building, as I was told, but he did not progress enough through the 5-step protocol. Mike, I heard you talk about the protocol, man. It's not easy to beat that protocol, man. It's just not, despite what people think. I've talked to the league, I don't know how many years about it. I've covered the concussion problems that the NFL has had over 20 years, Mike, and it's a brain injury. You got to be careful. But my understanding is Hurts is feeling better. The hope is tomorrow he's at least getting a limited practice, and then you really feel good about it. Now, if he's not practicing tomorrow, oh boy, that would not be good. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. But the one thing is, though, Mike, we forget Hurts got hurt in the first quarter against Washington. The game before that was his last full game was against Pittsburgh. He was phenomenal against Pittsburgh, Mike. That was his best game of the year, particularly because of the type of throws that he had. Now, he played very well against Green Bay, but I just, you're talking about 2.5 weeks since he's practiced, and you cannot simulate game conditions in practice. You do the best that you can, but it's not the same thing. But it starts with practice, and that is a concern that he just has not practiced or played in a while.
Yeah, he hasn't practiced or played, as you mentioned, since 12/20. Played about 4 plays against the Commanders, and then he went out. That was Week 16. They have played 2 games, and now they're getting ready for a playoff game here. I think the one thing that a lot of people, I don't know, are talking about or forgetting about, but, man, Jake Elliott, he has missed 8 field goals this season. He missed another one on Sunday. This used to be an automatic, and now it changes the way they coach these games. I mean, you get to the 30-yard line, you used to say, okay, we have 3 points. That changes now.
It's funny you say that, Mike, because myself, Andrew Duchecko, and Jeff Mosher, I don't believe we've done this for the first time since we've had the company. We actually had a roundtable. We just taped it, so I'll just let people know, and we're going to put that up today. And it was on our list of concerns. It's absolutely, positively concerned. I know that Elliott's a pretty confident guy. We reported this at the time that Nick Sirianni was hired, that the coaching staff, the new special team staff, felt that it was the operation, the snap to the hold to the kick, 3-step process was out of whack under Dave Phipp, the former special teams coach, and they corrected it. And Mike, show me a better kicker, 21 through 23. Obviously, Justin Tucker's right up there. He's not quite the same guy, but whether it's Justin Tucker or Butker or other kickers, you could say they're all good, but this guy was automatic Jake for a reason. I mean, and don't forget, 5 of those 8 misses, Mike, have come in the second half of the season. I'm not totally confident in him. And the other thing is, before we move on, Mike, let's go back to Jake Elliott being the kickoff guy. Braden Mann is not good enough, and I think we've kind of seen that.
Yeah, and, it's funny. I didn't realize when they made the switch to Mann, and then Mann was kicking, and then they switched back to Elliott. Then last week they went back to Mann, then they switched back to Elliott. We'll see. I mean, it's a
that was bad.
Yeah, it's a weird situation. But I definitely – do you think Sirianni has to make decisions differently because of Elliott?
It's a great question. There was one where I remember saying to Jeff Mosher, there's your answer. Nick clearly does not have the confidence in Jake Elliott. I forget what game it was where it was one, Mike, and you brought this up. In years past, there's no question they would have let him kick. I don't remember what the exact yardage was. It wasn't an easy kick. But this is one they were not even thinking about. They were going with Jake Elliott, and that was it. Where he didn't go with that. I forget exactly what happened. Maybe they went for it, and also maybe they didn't go for the punt when they could have done it. But I am very interested to see what happens here. But also the conditions, Mike. Now I'm looking at the long-range forecast. It's going to be in the mid-30s right now, and we know it could change. The wind, the length should be somewhere 12 to 15 miles an hour. You saw the kick last week that he missed. He didn't handle the wind well. Jake used to be great with wind, not so much anymore.
All right, let's look at Adam Kaplan here. By the way, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. How about some concerns and weaknesses on the defensive side of the ball? Obviously, this defense has really turned the corner. But that opening night, they did not have Cooper DeJean in that game. But that opening night, they did give up almost 30 points in that game. So where are some of the weaknesses and concerns against this team?
All right, a couple things, though. But I will tell you, Mike, remember what happened on the first couple series. There was the sudden change, the turnovers, and the defense held them to 2 field goals. That is a big reason why they won. I remember we do a Discord chat with our Patreon members during the games, and I remember saying, guys, you should feel really happy that your Eagles are only down 6-0 after a quarter. They should be down 14-0, and the defense held them in there. And that the defense, now, I know they had problems with the run game. This Emmanuel Wilson came off the bench. Remember, most people are like, wait, who is Emmanuel Wilson? Well, he had 4 for 46, including that 18-yarder. Josh Jacobs grinded out some carries. But in the end, Mike, and it's typical Fangio, when they had to hold the defense down, the opposite offense down, they did a great job, and they were able to come out with a win. In a playoff atmosphere in Brazil, that was a great job by their defense. Now, the run defense, Mike, as you know, spotty at times this season, but in the second half, more often than not, they've corrected the problem. You have to feel good about that. It's the pass rush, Mike. They had about almost 2 months where they had the stat was, and I don't have it in front of me, up till about 3 weeks ago. It was after week 6, and almost 2 months, they had the NFL's best pass rush. But lately, Mike, it's not as good. I don't know if they're getting tired. The hope is that with them taking the week off last week, other than Bryce Huff and Jordan Davis, which is what we expected those guys would play, the key starters were not going to play in that game. Like Josh Sweat, like Nolan Smith, who's a starter now. Let's hope that getting that week off gets them a little bit more spirit and more energy.
Yeah, and you take a look at one of the strengths of Green Bay was supposedly their wide receiver depth. They lost Christian Watson in the Week 18 finale. He has an ACL. He will not play. He did score a touchdown in that first game in Brazil. But, you got the Eagles secondary, Darius Slay versus a very Quinyon Mitchell, by the way, and Cooper DeJean did not play in that first game against this deep group of wide receivers for Green Bay.
It is, and even without him, the guy that, we'll talk more about this Friday, Mike, but watch Dontavian Wicks. He's a second-year receiver out of University of Virginia. He could run. He's not Christian Watson in terms of a deep threat, but the guy could run. You Bo Melton, who everybody knows, or hopefully in your area, Mike, from Rutgers, who can play a little bit. He's more of a slot receiver. Jane Reed, who did score that long run, that catch and run for what was it, like 70 yards in Week 1? Yeah, it was 70 yards. I'm correct for 138. But he's not explosive like Watson. They're going to miss that. They got Watson scoring in the red zone against the Eagles, but he is a shot play guy. They're not going to have him. That really hurts them now. But the guy you go after is Darius Slay. He is the NFL's oldest corner. He just turned 34 on January 1st. He's clearly not the same player, but he can still play. When they throw it, they're going to go after Slay. There's no question about it. But the thing is, Mike, and we saw this with the Lions when they beat the Vikings on Sunday night. The Lions knew coming into the game that they could not handle Justin Jefferson if they can't get to the passer. So they brought the house. They were relentless against Sam Darnold. Darnold had a terrible game. I'm not saying here the Eagles don't blitz much. They're under 20%, Mike, for the season. That's crazy. But they're going to have to. To me, if I'm Matt LaFleur, I'm going after Darius Slay. That's the guy you got to go after.
All right, Adam Kaplan, let's look at some of the strengths here for Philadelphia as they get ready for this game. What are some of the things that you look at as they enter this game? They went down to Tampa last year and got the doors blown off of them in a playoff game here. A lot of these guys are a part of that Super Bowl team, so they have a little Jekyll and Hyde in them.
Right, but Mike, let's understand, okay? The defensive staff is almost completely different. And the buy-in that the players had pretty much immediately with Vic Fangio. It's kind of interesting where Fangio, a bunch of the veteran players couldn't stand him. They wanted him out, and Mike McDaniel responded to that, and the Eagles were happy to get Vic. Vic knows the team. He's known Howie Roseman for a number of years, and this is a guy that Nick Sirianni really wanted. But when you really look at it, Mike, they got a great combination for the first time in I don't know how long of youth. You mentioned Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. And then you've got Milton Williams, who's in the final year of his rookie deal, who's a young guy. But you also have a lot of guys returning from the Super Bowl team. Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, most of the offensive line, Goddard, Sweat, Williams, Slay. Don't forget, Gardner Johnson was here 2 years ago. Had a great season before he got hurt. Reed Blankenship, who's now a full-time starter. You look at their talent offense at running back, at wide receiver. Goddard's back, by the way. He looked great. Look, we were not in favor for them playing him to take that risk because they rested just about everybody else, but he looked great. Their line, their depth on the offensive line is terrific. You get Goddard, Mike. Let's not just talk about the pass game, Mike. The big deal is in the run game. Remember, C.J. Uzomah is done. He's on injury reserve with a serious abdomen injury. Getting Goddard back not only in the pass game but for the run game is massive.
No doubt about it. Yeah, Goddard, by the way, they featured him a lot in that game on Sunday. It was like, hey, let's feed him the ball, right? Yeah. It was pretty evident that they wanted to get him kind of get some catches, get some hits, right? Get some hits on. Hey, I love I was laughing. I said they've run the same play about 15 times, that little rollout to the tight end. But that's a play that I think they should. I don't know that Jalen Hurts, if that's a strength of his or not, but I'd like to see them add that play a little bit. You had one-on-one Goddard with a smaller, nickel guy. It looked like a lot, and man, they were just taking advantage all day there.
Mike, it's interesting. So in training camp, and Andrew DeCecco and I were talking about this in this preview show, this roundtable we did today. One of the things and one of the concerns that personnel people had around the National Football League about McKee was his lack of mobility. He did not move well in 23 in training camp. His training camp was not very good in 23. It was the preseason that got him on the team. His preseason was phenomenal. His preseason this year was okay. He didn't play well against the Vikings. He had 2 turnovers. But his training camp at times was tremendous. And the thing that shocked me was how well he moved. I'm like, where did this come from? So this manifested it. You just brought it up, Mike. On the move, he threw the ball well. Did you notice how well he moved under pressure in the first half? He didn't play well in the second half as well as he did in the first half, but First half of the Giants game, he was phenomenal with all these backups. And let me put it to this way. The Giants starters who were healthy all played. They were without a number of players who were hurt on injured reserve, but they had plenty of starters in there. He just got away from the rush, and their line did a good job. I was pleasantly surprised. We know in limited time, obviously McKee had that great run against Dallas, but his first ever full-time start in a regular season, Mike, that was a great start. I thought Kellen Moore managed him pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. I thought McKee did a really good job of just stepping up, eluding. He never looked like pressured. I mean, he just seemed very calm and just delivered the ball most of the time. That one drive, he had the two big passes to Goddard, 15 yards, 17 yards, then the touchdown to Anaya Smith. That was a really good drive. You're right. In the second half, it seemed that the Giants confused them a little bit more, but they did get Goddard involved. What about the defense, some strengths of the defense in this game, some of the things that, if you're entering and you're Philly, you really like about your defense in this matchup?
All right, so for the Packers, it stops and ends with the run game. They are a balanced team. I don't agree with their approach. I know they have Josh Jacobs, but they're really good at tight end and really good at receiver. Their offensive line is not very talented, but they play better than their talent would suggest. They're really well coached. They want to be they're what we call a balanced 12 personnel, 11 personnel team. It starts with Josh Jacobs, that you know what's coming. You got to be able to stop it. He's a stop-and-start vision runner. He sets up his blocks well. He's versatile in the pass game. Good football player. It did end well with him with the Raiders, but he's revived his career. He's had a really good season. The run game, and it starts with him. That's the foundation of their offense. Jordan Love can sling it. He didn't play well before he got hurt against the Eagles in Game 1. But lately, he's not turning the ball over like he did earlier in the season. Second half of the season, he really isn't turning it over very much. But you're going to see, the good thing about the Eagles is, with Isaiah Rodgers, when Green Bay goes 11 personnel, 3 receivers, 1 back, 1 tight end, the Eagles can match up against them. The Eagles are deep at safety. They're deep enough at corner. So unlike last year, Mike, they can match up to everybody. The run D is really improved. Sometimes, there are some times earlier in the season you scratch your head a little bit. But I would say, Mike, it all started in Week 3 at New Orleans, when Vic Fangio put in a front that New Orleans didn't look at, they didn't see, by dropping Zach Bond as the 5th defender in the box, that they cut off the zone, the outside zone run or the stretch run. They cut it off. And by the way, they run a zone scheme, Green Bay. The Eagles know what they're going to get. There's no mystery here. The Eagles could stop them. And also like Vic's adaptable front. He will adapt his front, whether he runs a 5-2, 4-2-5. He's done a little bit of a 6-man front. He'll do whatever it takes, and that's just great coaching. It's why, and I vote for Pro Football Writers Association very soon. I'm probably going to vote for Fangio Assistant Coach of the Year. I don't know that anyone's done a better job as an assistant coach.
All right, real quick, we're talking with Adam Kaplan here. I did find those other games. The Eagles beat the Packers 34-29 in Week 1. 4 times it has happened in the last 20 years. They met the first game in the season opener. The second time, the team that lost won. It actually happened in 2010. Eagles-Packers. The Eagles beat the Packers in the opener, and then the Packers won the playoff game. It happened in 2013, Packers-Niners. It happened in 2015, Texans-Chiefs, and 2022, Buccaneers-Cowboys, where the Bucs won the opener and the Cowboys won the playoff game.
Okay, but look, it's at least it's happened before. But the bottom line is that a lot has changed here. We didn't really quite know after Week 1 what the Eagles were, whether they were more of a run team or not, because they passed the ball. It was I got to tell you, that was one of the best regular season first games of the season openers I've seen. Who knew? Now, other than the slipping, let's not forget about that. The grass was wet, and that was not good. But we'll talk more about this Friday, Mike. But the loss of Christian Watson is massive for them because.
And don't forget, Jair Alexander's out too.
But he's been out for 6 out of 8 weeks, Mike. It's not something new for them. It's big. I mean,
he was in the first game.
Yes, but they play without him 6 out of the last 8 weeks, so it's nothing new for them. But the big one is Christian Watson. Now, they're not good at corner, other than Keyshawn Nixon, who's a good player. He's actually improved. He's their special teams returner, but he's also a good outside corner. He could play both. but they're not deep at corner, and that's an area I'm so fascinated. How do the Eagles come out here, Mike? Do they come out throwing it, running it, balance? We'll see, but we know it. Barkley's going to get the ball out. That's definitely going to happen.
132 yards from scrimmage in the first game, 3 touchdowns for Saquon Barkley, and we'll see what he does for an encore. He has killed the Packers in his career against Green Bay. He has gone over 100 scrimmage yards in 4 straight games against Green Bay, has Saquon Barkley. He'll look to make it 5 when he takes on the Packers this Sunday right here on 97.3 ESPN. Another Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan in the books. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Kaplan, of course, Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I got my Bet365 play of the day coming up a little bit later on in the show. We'll get you that. And, of course, this hour of the show, it is brought to you by our friends at Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out, eat ice cream. Jersey Cow, everything's homemade, small batch, right here in South Jersey, with only the best ingredients. Jersey Cow, Northfield, Brigantine, all of the flavors, the best ice cream. Come taste the homemade delicious ice cream made right here at Jersey Cow. Every day from noon to 10, Northfield, Brigantine, Jersey Cow, ice cream is a year-round thing. Well, everybody, that is Football at 4. That means Knicks Nuggets are on the way. We talking Earnshaw gets the hit from everything. By the way, per Keith Pompey, Sixers center Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Kyle Lowry will all miss tomorrow night's game against Washington. Embiid still has this foot sprain problem, which last night they kind of downplayed as it's not that big of a deal. I do not know what is so Embiid has a left foot sprain. Paul George is being described as a left groin tightness. I was going to say, I don't know what's wrong with George. He did hint at last night, that his knee might not be, I'm out there, so if I'm out there, you got to judge me for me being out there. I mean, it's just been a disaster for this whole situation.
I mean, is Joel Embiid's foot sprain? It's not serious, but he could miss 2 games. So,
yeah.
I mean, typically when I hear an injury is not serious, you miss 1 game.
It's not good. It's just not good. It's been a disaster of a season. I can't believe anybody is happy with what's happening right now.
I mean, Mike, you had all this momentum from December. Winning month finally. You were looking up. And now all of a sudden the Sixers are like, that was too much fun for you guys. We're going to rip the rug out from under you.
Yeah, well, they're also looking at the standings and saying we haven't really lost any ground. We're still right there. And I really think they're at the point that they just say, just let us get in. Just invite us to the party, and we'll show you our dance moves.
I mean, are you hoping that they can be like the Miami Heat a couple
Yeah,
years
that's what
ago,
they're trying
where
to
they
do.
just play in and then make a run?
They're 2 games behind the Bulls for the 10th spot. Now, they're 3 games behind the Heat. They're 3 games behind Atlanta. They are 3 games behind Detroit. They're 3.5 games behind Indiana. They're 4 games behind the Bucks. So they're really within distance to the 5 seed right now. So they're just saying, look, just keep us hanging around, and hopefully our best basketball is to come. But so far, it has been look, they're almost 500, by the way. We were talking about how well they had to play to get themselves just back to 500. They're 6 games under 500, so they've climbed their way back. But it's just frustrating. Like, Embiid's not playing tomorrow night. George isn't playing tomorrow night. You already had Drummond didn't play last night. Unbelievable. All right, Knicks Nuggets are up next here on the Sports Bash. All right, 431 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. I'm Mike Gill. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, producer of The Locker Room, weekends on 97.3 ESPN, and Nick's Nuggets, brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're actually going to be live at the Fanatics Sportsbook tomorrow because of the snow yesterday. We were not there yesterday, but we will be there tomorrow. So if you're planning on heading up to Ocean Casino, Fanatics Sportsbook, stop on by. Say hello here on the Sports Bash. All right, 432. We'll get to Nick in just a second. Having a little bit of a technical issue on his end or our end or some end. I don't know. But he is not in my stream yet, so I cannot talk to him. I'm having no issue, so he's telling me that he's having some problem. I see him trying to pop in and out there, but I will say I did not see his face. It's kind of been like a blank white screen when he's trying to come in. We'll get to him for the Nuggets in just a second here on the Sports Bash. So, a couple things. One, Antonio Pierce fired. There's another fire in the NFL. Some reports out there, Tom Brady, who's like a part owner of the Raiders. There is some talk that he might hire Mike Vrabel or Brian Flores, who both have ties to Brady, to be the next head coach of the Vegas Raiders. So that's a possibility there. We know that Doug Peterson is out in Jacksonville. We know that the Bears need a new head coach. So the Jets need a new head coach. Who else needs a new head coach? There was a couple of other. I think McMullen said earlier there was 5. And then now the Saints need a new head coach. That's one where Kellen Moore has interviewed for. Kellen Moore is on the list for at least 2 teams. Kellen Moore is on the list for Jacksonville, and he is also on the list for the Saints. So keep that in mind as well as we get ready for kind of a wild offseason. Because I think what's going to happen in Dallas, we'll certainly keep our eye on that, the whole Dallas situation and whether or not he will Mike McCarthy will be back. He is interviewing with the Bears. I feel like McMullen said earlier there was 5 teams that need a head coach, and now 6, because since McMullen has been off the show back in the 3 o'clock hour, Antonio Pierce also is out of a job. So that's 6 head coaching jobs now. All right, Nick Earnshaw is here. It's time for another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Nuggets, what's going on?
All right, what's up, Mike? How are you? There's a few things on my mind today. A lot going on in the Philly sports world, but I wanted to start with the Eagles. I heard you and Josh talking about the Sixers and the reports about Embiid and PG. We'll get to that, the final nugget, but we got to start with the Birds. And my biggest concern heading into the postseason, Mike, and listen, there's a lot you maybe could be concerned about. Jalen Hurts, I understand that. He still has a clear concussion protocol. But you know what I'm really concerned about? It's Jake Elliott, Mike. He has struggled mightily this year kicking field goals, especially at Lincoln Financial Field. He just missed one in the final week of the season. He is only kicking at a 71% clip at the Link this year. He hasn't been this bad overall, a 77% make percentage since 2020. So Jake Elliott, especially from beyond 50 yards, Mike, he's a concern. And you know how kickers can win or lose you games. Elliott has not been as strong as he has in the past, especially after getting that big contract in the offseason last year.
Can't argue with that. I think they coached the game differently because of Jake Elliott's inability to make kicks. I mean, if you're at the 30-yard line, that's a 47-yard kick. That means, are you confident that you are going to be able to get to the 30 and then say, all right, we got 3 points on the board? So I definitely think that Nick Sirianni has to coach the game. If it's 4th down and 3 and you're at the 30. Are you kicking a 47-yarder or are you going for it? And I think that's one of the problems that has come up now because of Jake Elliott's inability to be as consistent as he was before. He was almost automatic. Now there's definitely questions on whether or not. I think 47, 48, 49, those were gimmies for him before. Now you're starting to think about them.
Yeah, and if you look at the game against the Giants, he missed an easy field goal. It was less than an extra point, and he still missed it. There wasn't a lot of wind. I remember I had people texting me during the game was like, was there wind on that kick? Is that why he missed? I don't know what it is. And remember, it felt like as soon as Nick Sirianni put him back into kicking off, like having him kick off instead of Braden Mann, he felt more confident, and he was getting more reps. I don't like Braden Mann kicking off. I think Jake Elliott's better than him anyway. I think they should send Jake out there to kick off to start the game and throughout the ball game.
Yeah, that whole thing's weird because it felt like Elliott kicked, and then all of a sudden Braden Mann kicked. You're like, why is he kicking? Then they went back to Jake Elliott. Definitely something a little weird. Mann kicked one out of bounds the other day, and I know Nick Sirianni tried to downplay it, but you give the ball to the team at the 40-yard line. That's a big, I think the 30-yard line, I think that rule, the whole kickoff thing, I think they thought teams weren't going to kick it into the end zone because they thought the 30-yard line was too good a field position, but obviously that hasn't deterred teams. But teams are certainly willing to give you the ball at the 40-yard line, and Mann kicks one out of bounds and gives you the ball at the 40. You cannot have that happen. And we saw that, man, there was a game a couple years ago. Wasn't it a playoff game where they kicked one out of bounds, and that cost them in the game?
Yeah, I think you're right. I do kind of remember that, but that just goes to show you need Elliott to kick. I don't care. Like, it feels like it helps him because, I guess it was week 17 2 weeks ago where they sent Elliott back out and he was kicking off, and then it felt like he was better kicking field goals. I don't know. It's a mental thing with kickers. Like, once they get in their own head, they fall apart. I mean, you look at Justin Tucker this whole year with the Baltimore Ravens. He struggled mightily and has lost them games, and he's a Hall of Fame kicker. Jake Elliott's had a really good career, but he has taken a step back. And I know kicker, there's a stigma around kickers. Oh, they're not real athletes, all this stuff. They're so vital to you to win games, and they can cost you field position on kickoffs. And if they miss those 3 points, that could hurt you in the last couple minutes of a ball game.
Well, we know how vital they are. There's no question about that. They're whether or not they're the best athletes in the world, to me, that doesn't matter. They have a role that is huge for these teams to win and lose games. Jake Elliott, you can make an argument that Super Bowl season, he was one of the biggest reasons for them winning the Super Bowl. Now you're worried that he might be one of the biggest reasons why they might not be good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's funny how it works. One day they love you, and the next day, it could be totally different. And he's just not making kicks at an elite rate this year, under 80%. They gave him a big contract in the offseason. You wonder if he just kind of has taken a step back. We'll see. At least he hasn't kicked a cheerleader in the head.
I did see that.
Brandon Aubrey did the other day.
Now, I wouldn't mind Aubrey being the kicker for the Eagles in a big moment. That guy's been great. By the way, some quick news for the Eagles. They have waived quarterback Ian Book, which I guess is a pretty good sign that Jalen Hurts should be good to go.
Yeah, it seems like that. When they signed him, you knew he probably wasn't going to play. Now it's the opposite. They're releasing him. It looks like they're very confident that he will go in that first game against the Green Bay Packers. All right, let's move along to nugget number 2. And I want to talk about the Phillies a little bit. And there's some more reporting, I guess kind of new reporting, that the Phillies are still open to trade Alec Bohm and are listening on offers. Phillies Nation reported this, as well as Jim Salisbury on his podcast with Todd Zalecki of MLB.com. And Ruben Amaro Jr., mentioning that the Phillies are willing to still listen on Alec Bohm depending on what is going on with Alex Bregman, as well as the Nolan Arenado situation. I just don't see them trading him, Mike. It just, at this point in the offseason, I know those two guys, one's available to trade, and the Phillies are on his no-trade clause list that one of the teams he would prefer to be traded to, which is Nolan Arenado. And then you have Bregman, who's still a free agent. I just don't see a path where the Phillies are going to get what they want for Alec Bohm. And, you have to replace him with at least one of those two guys if you're going to suffice third base, because they won't really have a replacement at this moment. I don't think they're ready to bring Aiden Miller up either. So I think it's just kind of, it's good out there. He's still available, but they're not going to get an offer there.
Well, I mean, you don't make the move because you make the move because you have a replacement or that you know you're going to have a replacement, not because they don't currently have one. They only move Bohm knowing at this stage of the offseason that they have another plan in place. You don't just trade him and then say, oh, we'll figure it out. You would only trade him if you had, like, we're moving him to get him. Now, it doesn't sound like Alec Bregman is a possibility for them at this stage. So it's not like we're going to trade him to go sign Bregman. I'd be pretty surprised there. You mentioned Arenado. Okay, we're only going to trade Bohm if we feel like we've got a deal in place for Arenado. That's the only thing here. So that's what might be one of the challenges here is both of those things have to line up because you're right. They don't have an in-house option unless they want to play Edmundo Sosa an entire season at third base, and I don't think that's something that they're all that interested in doing.
No, I don't think anyone would be interested in playing Edmundo Sosa at third base for an entire season. He was great. He's great in spurts. Guy goes out, he can fill in. He's fantastic there, but to have Alec Bohm on your roster, he's still a very good player. I know they were very frustrated at the end of the season with him, but you don't have an easy replacement there. And you know, according to reports, they've offered him to other teams, but if you talk to Rob Thompson, they haven't been trying to trade him. Just a lot of posturing going on with the Philadelphia Phillies. And you shouldn't just trade Alec Bohm just to trade him. That would make no sense. I mean, he's still a really good player. Do you want to add and probably try something new? I get it. You don't want to really run it back totally, but at this point you might have to. I mean, he's still a good player. He's not as young as he once was. He's not a young player anymore. He's been in the league for a while. I don't think they should just trade him just to trade him.
Well, listen, I agree with that. I mean, he's not one of these guys that you just say, hey, we're just going to trade you just to get rid of you so we can, you know, he doesn't make a lot of money, so it's not a monetary thing. If anything, he has 2 years before he gets to free agency. Hey, I did listen to that clip. Jim Salisbury mentioned something that I thought was kind of eye-opening was, hey, maybe all of this noise in this offseason was to get him to refocus and say, I don't want to be traded, or I need to clean my act up a little bit. It could be posturing just to kind of get him to grow up a little bit. So keep that in mind. Also, you mentioned Aiden Miller. I don't think that he would look, I don't think the Phillies are not a very progressive bunch here. It's not like they're bringing up the guy who's 20, 21 years old and putting him out there. But maybe there's a thought somewhere that this guy could be ready by, say, the All-Star break, and you play Sosa for half the year, and then Miller comes up. I think that's a complete long shot. That being said, no. At this stage of the game, I don't see Alec Bohm. The one thing you mentioned, though, are they going to keep coming back, run it back with the same team? That's what it looks like. It looks like the Phillies are saying, our problem wasn't the offense. We just needed more pitching depth because they went out and got a closer. They let Hoffman go. Now, there is a report today that says they're interested in bringing back Estevez. I thought that was kind of interesting. And they went out and got a starting pitcher. So they're basically saying the strength of our team last year was pitching, and now we're better pitching. I don't know how that changes the series against the Mets because it wasn't really their pitching, their starting pitching anyway, that let them down. But, hey, that's the way they kind of approach this offseason.
Yeah, the Estevez thing is interesting. I saw the Jays, I think, were interested in him as well. So I don't know. I mean, at this point with the bullpen market, I mean, it's kind of stalled at this point for relievers. So I'm curious to see.
Stalled for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's still out there. So there's a ton of talent in the bullpen. So if they want to invest in their back end of the bullpen, they could still do that, and they could still bring back Jeff Hoffman if they wanted to at this point, if they thought that was the problem, because that was definitely a problem in the Mets series. But at the plate and at the dish, the lineup, you only really went out and got Max Kepler. They didn't really change anything heading into next year, and you know, that's been the problem the past couple of years. They just can't hit all together. Like, they all go cold at the same time. So that's what's been so curious to me. It's been an underwhelming offseason overall for the Phillies. You thought all this stuff was going to happen, and nothing really has happened for the most part.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You mentioned Max Kepler. I almost forgot that he signed with him. With them.
Yeah, I mean, it was such an underwhelming signing, and they expect him to be an everyday left fielder. I mean, the guy was with the Twins. He was okay. He's a decent hitter, but as an everyday player, and that was your big bat that you went out and got in the offseason, That's very, very underwhelming. That's Austin Hayes level underwhelming at the deadline. So, I mean, it is what it is. They're going to go into the
I will say this.
spring training with this, I guess.
I will say this. I would almost prefer that they brought Austin Hayes back as opposed to Kepler.
I agree. The Kepler thing, I just am still baffled at that signing. And you get Luzardo, fine. That was a great move. I like it, especially if he can stay healthy. Great for the rotation. But the lineup's the same, and you still have the same problems as you did last year in left and center field. What's Rojas doing? I saw he was hitting the baseball pretty well in a winter league just recently. I saw a clip of that. So you're gonna have the problem with Marsh and Rojas in center field, and you're gonna have Kepler in left. But that's not enough.
Well,
it's not enough. They're banking on this lineup, the top guys, the top earners who hit the baseball this year. They're banking on that.
And they're also – you also keep this in mind. So many fans, we want the offseason to be exciting. We want moves. But I think the Phillies are basically saying we added pitching. We'll evaluate the lineup during the first half and then figure out what we need to do at the All-Star break. Trade deadline.
That seems like what they're going to do heading into this year. Spring training right around the corner. All right. Final nugget of the day, and I mentioned it at the top, and you and Josh were talking about it right before the break. And Joel Embiid, Paul George, according to Keith Pompey, are both going to miss tomorrow's game against the Wizards. Embiid has missed a total of 22 games now, and PG has missed half that at 11 games heading in this season so far. It just feels like, all right, they had momentum coming out of December into the new year after Christmas. Mike, we were getting excited. They were winning games. Guys were playing, and now we're back to guys being hurt again. In and out of the lineup. Who knows who's going to play every night? I mean, look, you mentioned it before the break with Josh. It just feels like they're going for the play-in. Just get in and see what happens after that. But it just feels like they're not going to have any team chemistry whatsoever.
Yep, it's very frustrating because, now that, last night was it last night? Yeah, Monday night. No Monday Night Football. Okay, Sixers. I'm sitting in. I'm getting into your game. No Joel Embiid. All right, Wednesday night. Now, they lost last night. Okay, give me Joel Embiid Wednesday. Not only do I not get Embiid, I don't get Paul George either. You're running out of games for these guys to get any continuity. They have played very well when the three of them have played together. I will say that. When they've played together, and then Paul George said it the other night, like, yeah, we're starting to have fun on the court, off the court together, and then another injury. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, like, I wasn't overly excited about Paul George when they signed him. I understood. Like, what are you going to do? You're kind of in a bad spot. They took a shot with the guy. It's a bad contract. We're going to be complaining about this contract. And, of course, he comes here and he's shooting a career low from three-point range. It's, like, unbelievable that the guy comes here and he's not anywhere close to the player he's been. Paul George, to me, is a third guy. So if you're looking for him to be, like, the guy that takes over the team, he's not that guy. I mean, you're hoping that Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey win you games, and Paul George doesn't score 0 on the night when you need a win, and maybe he gives you 30, and in the big moments it's Maxey and Embiid. Like, that's what this is supposed to be, and you're just not getting it. I got to imagine they are furious up there at how this season has gone. I'm talking about the front office, the ownership group, all that stuff. Like, this is just not the way this is supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be. Just like the fan base. They have to be so upset with how everything's unfolded. I mean, the disaster and debacle with Joel Embiid before the season. He's had all his issues. Paul George has been in and out of the lineup. He's struggled. He hasn't been shooting the ball as much as you like. Remember the article Keith Pompey wrote just a couple of weeks ago. Tyrese Maxey's telling him to be more aggressive. He shouldn't be telling Paul George to be more aggressive. I understand he's trying to fit his role and find his way on this team. But Paul George, in nights like last night, I need to see more than 13 points out of Paul George, especially when Embiid's sitting. He's got to be way more aggressive than that. And they just have not been able to play together as much. They're not going to be as cohesive as they think heading into the postseason. I know they've played well all three together, but it just has not worked out so far. And listen, they can still get into the play-in, but they're starting to lose a little more ground. They were half game out, and now they're a couple of games out. So very frustrating if you're a Sixers fan. But, Mike, that's a 3-pack of nuts.
Yeah, Sixers are off tonight, by the way. They'll play Wednesday night against Washington. They'll play Friday night against the Pelicans. They'll play Sunday against the Magic. They'll play Tuesday against the Thunder. They'll play Wednesday against the Knicks. So a busy stretch of games for the 76ers. All right, Knicks Nuggets are brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We will be live tomorrow from the Fanatic Sportsbook, as we are each and every Monday, but with the weather on Monday, we will be there tomorrow live at the Fanatic Sportsbook. This hour of the Sports Bash, it was brought to you by Jersey Cow, a great place to hang out with your friends and family and eat ice cream. They got 2 locations. If you're offshore, you can hit the Northfield spot. If you're over in Brigantine, noon to 10 p.m., ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. All right, final hour of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Who's the most important Eagle for a deep playoff run? How good is the Eagles' defense? We're going to get into all that this hour on the Sports Bash. How good of a football town is Philadelphia? Is it overrated? Sunday Night Football top 20 ratings. Which city do you think had the best ratings this year?
My guess would be... See, the way you questioned that made me question my answer. So,
would you have said Philadelphia?
I would have said Philadelphia.
As number one.
But the way you verbalized it made me think it's not Philadelphia. So now my guess would be Detroit.
Detroit. They are not in the top 20.
All right. I was way off on that.
Actually, no, I'm wrong. They're 11.
Still, I was wrong.
Detroit was 11.
You asked who was number one. I said Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
They're 11. So obviously I'm 10 spots
I looked
off.
up and down this list. There's a lot of D's in there, but I was like, D. No. There's Dallas. There's Denver. There is Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, Dayton, Ohio is high on this list. They're actually higher than some major towns that you would be surprised by.
I guess somebody is really a bunch of big Browns or Bengals fans, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty passionate fans out in
I can see
the
that.
Ohio spot.
All right, so if it's not Detroit, how about Kansas City?
Kansas City is number one.
Okay.
They are the number one for the first time. Kansas City ranked as the top-rated Sunday Night Football market. They have taken over for this town.
They've taken over Dallas.
No, Dallas is, come on, the Dallas are horrible fans. They're not like.
Well, there's people, right, it's the city, not the fan base, right?
Yeah, it's Sunday Night Football, the
In that
top
city.
20 metered markets. In other words, so if your team is not playing, you are still watching the game. And then when your team is playing, obviously you're watching. But these are the cities that watch Sunday Night Football the highest rated.
Gotcha. So Kansas City was number one.
Kansas City's number one. Dallas is, by the way, 13.
All right. They're not horrible. They're just not good.
Well, I mean, you think like the whole country loves the Cowboys, and yet.
What about New York? There's a lot of people in New York.
New York is not in the top 20.
That is shocking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, New York's the number one media market.
Yeah, it's weird though. Like, you don't think of I don't know. It's like when you think of New York, you think
Baseball?
Yankees, baseball.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I just not. It doesn't like when you think of sports and the New York teams, like the Knicks, the Yankees. The Giants and the Jets just don't feel like this villainous, like, New York type of feel to them. For whatever reason, New York just doesn't have this, like, high-profile, big city football feel to them. I mean, maybe because the Giants and Jets have just been so bad for so long. You know, and they won a Super Bowl twice in the last 20 years, but they never really have that, like, big-time football feel to that city. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I mean, Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh's number 3.
Yeah, Pittsburgh feels like a football town. So,
Well, Pittsburgh, and I lived out that way. They only have 2. They have 3 teams. The baseball team is really bad.
right.
It's a hockey town. They do love the Penguins out there, but it's far and away a football town.
So you would say it's football, hockey, baseball in Pittsburgh.
Football, hockey,
baseball.
baseball. Yeah. I mean, and, you know, the hockey team's really good almost annually.
Right.
The baseball team's really bad almost annually.
I mean,
so.
they've had a 40-year run, basically, where the hockey has been legit.
Yeah. Kansas City, 1.
Pittsburgh, 3.
3.
So then number 2, football market. So it's got to be a market that watches football.
By the way, this town was number 1 last year.
Last year. See, I have trouble thinking it's Philadelphia only because of the fact that the number of people I run into who don't watch anything aside from the Eagles is a pretty large number. So, and like I feel like Green Bay would be the same way. Like everybody in Green Bay loves the Packers, maybe the rest of the NFL.
Well,
So-
Green Bay is not on the list, but they kind of are. Milwaukee is tied for 3rd.
tied for third.
They are tied for third with
Okay.
Pittsburgh.
So people in the Milwaukee region.
Well, Milwaukee is Green Bay fans, basically. They are. Milwaukee was the top-rated Sunday Night Football market in 2017 and in 2012.
That's interesting. Aaron Rodgers era.
They got a 14 share.
So my final guess before I start just guessing every city in America is I am going to go with San Francisco.
San Francisco, well, San Francisco did not make the list. Sacramento did. Sacramento got an 11 share. They are number 16 on the list. So here you go. Ready?
Yep.
Number 20, Austin, Texas.
Never would have guessed that.
Number 20, tied, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Right, we all know that, of course.
Number 20, tied, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So it goes to show that Eagles fans are Eagles fans. They're not really NFL fans. So when we talk about all the time, Eagles fans, passionate, love the Eagles, but we say a lot, you don't watch a lot of the rest of the league.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I feel like I run into a lot of people who they watch their team, but they don't watch as much of the league. And that's not a negative against them. It's just part of their nature. They're not as big general sports fans as they are their team.
All right,
fans.
number 19, Las Vegas. Number 18, Tulsa. Number 17,
Tulsa?
Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Number 16, Sacramento. Number 14, Baltimore.
Okay.
Tied for 14th is Denver, which is interesting because Denver was the number one market for 3 seasons, 2014, 2015, and 2016.
All
Number
right.
13 is Dallas. Number 12 is Norfolk, Virginia. Number 11 is Detroit. Number 10, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Number 9, Dayton, Ohio. Number 8, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Right, I would have totally guessed that.
Number 7, Richmond, Virginia. Number 6, it's Washington.
I was going to say, I'm getting a lot of
Commanders.
Washington markets here.
Yeah, Commanders would be Richmond, Norfolk would be kind of Washington area. Number 7, New Orleans, Louisiana, which topped the chart for 5 straight seasons, 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. They also were number 1 in 2010, 2011, and 2013.
So what
New
I'm
Orleans.
noticing as a pattern in this is a lot of the cities that used to be number 1 on the list, they were number 1 in the years. A lot of the times those teams
New Orleans
were good.
had it for 5 years in a row. Then they had it again in 10, 11, and 13. So they had it for 8 different years.
What I'm saying is that a lot of the years for them, Green Bay, Denver, well, Milwaukee, not Green Bay, but a lot of those years were years that those teams were good.
Cincinnati's number 5.
I can see that. Also, Cincinnati is, that they probably cover, like, they cover 2 states, that market.
Kentucky.
Right.
Number 3, tied, is Milwaukee and Pittsburgh. And then 2 and 1 are way high up there. Pittsburgh, by the way, has a 14 share. The number 2 city has an 18.
Wow.
18.6 is Buffalo. Buffalo was number 1 last season. They fell to number 2 this year. Kansas City is number 1 with a 19 share. Now, Kansas City is on Sunday Night Football, it seems like every other week, or some sort of primetime game. But they are the ratings for Sunday Night Football, the top 20 markets for the 2024 season.
Any of those cities surprise you?
No, I mean, listen, I don't know what it even means, when I take a look at it. For Philadelphia to be 20, you think Philadelphia only played on Sunday Night Football, I think, 1 time this year.
Yeah, 1 time.
So they weren't on there a lot. That probably adds to the mix. But, you like to think of football, Philly as this, like, great football town, and, you're fanatical about watching all these games, and evidently that's not the case. They're not watching games when their team is not playing on Sunday night.
Yeah, and listen, I think that's probably the deal for a lot of fandoms. I'm not going to act like, for example, you can go to, I'm just throwing out a city out there, San Francisco. I got that one wrong, obviously. I thought they might be in the mix, but obviously, that San Francisco, San Jose market, unless the 49ers are on primetime, they might not be watching.
All right, let's take a look at the key. We talked about who is the most important player or coach for the Eagles to make a deep playoff run? We have a variety of answers. In fact, let me go to the poll question at Mike Gill Show and see where the answers are kind of sitting at this stage of the day. Now, this question was asked way back early. Who is the most important Eagle player or coach for a deep Super Bowl run? Now, I put player or coach because Nick Sirianni, I think, has to be considered, as does Vic Fangio. I think that Fangio's name should be mentioned as well. So, right now, 66% say Jalen Hurts. 28% are saying Saquon Barkley, and then under 3% for Jalen Carter and Nick Sirianni. Now, those aren't the only. You can answer whoever you want. We had a bunch of text messages earlier. But 5 o'clock hour listeners, who's the most important Eagles player or coach for a Super Bowl run? Well, Mike Greenberg from Get Up this morning, he believes it might be a coach who's the most important player or coach for a Super Bowl run.
But I think if you had to name the most important person or addition on that team, it's Vic Fangio.
No sure. question.
I would consider giving Vic Fangio the Coach of the Year award, even though he's not a head coach, because that team, they weren't just bad defensively. Even people like me who didn't play it or coach it could see they didn't look like they knew where to line up. Yeah. They didn't look like they cared. That defense splintered last year, and he has put together something special.
Greeny says the most important player or coach is Vic Fangio. The difference in their defense from this year to last year, I remember going back to August in preseason, and we were saying, can Vic Fangio, can he make this team go from the worst defense to middle of the pack? Like, is it too much to ask to get you to the middle of the pack? They haven't gone to the middle of the pack. They're one of only 8 teams in the entire league that allowed less than 350 points this season. In fact, they were number 2 in all of football this year behind the Chargers, who gave up 301. Philadelphia gave up 303. They gave up the second least amount of points in all of football this year. He didn't only make the team go from worst, he made them go to almost first. So is Greeny right? Is Fangio the most important player or coach for the Eagles to make a deep playoff run? 609-403-0973. They've also given up the fewest total yards, the fewest first downs, and the third lowest third down conversion rate. Is it flat out that the Eagles' defensive improvement from this year to last year, is that the biggest reason and the most important reason why this team is a playoff Super Bowl contender? Dan Graziano.
The defense has been the difference between last season's Eagles and this season's Eagles. Saquon Barkley is brilliant, an outstanding player, and has been huge for them. But the fact of the matter is, last year's Eagles offense ranked very similarly to this year's Eagles offense. Last season, the Eagles were 29th in defensive efficiency and 30th in defensive EPA. This season, they're first and second in those categories.
Pretty crazy when you think about it. Like, I think the year that Saquon Barkley had makes most of us just feel like he's been the biggest difference maker. But are we discounting Vic Fangio as a difference maker of why this team is a legitimate Super Bowl contender?
I think part of the reason why we discount him, Mike, is because a comment that you've made multiple times about, and it's not a negative you're saying, but it's just an observation that they don't have an obvious pass rusher. You know, historically, people have viewed when you have a great defense, you have a specific player or players who stand out, whether it's a pass rusher, whether it's an elite linebacker, whether it's a shutdown corner. And the reality is that the Eagles, they don't have a 15-sack guy. They don't have a guy who's getting 8 interceptions. They don't have a guy who has, 150 tackles, 180 tackles, right? I think Zach Bond does have a lot of tackles this year. But the point is that they don't have a big name to point to and be like, yeah, that's the guy for that defense.
No, I mean, we talked about it earlier. Who's the most important player on defense? Well, it's Jalen Carter. Well, it's Zach Bond. Well, it's Quinyon Mitchell. Well, it's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They have a lot of guys there. But Big Play Slay on the Big Play Slay podcast, he explained how and what Vic Fangio was able to fix in the big difference between last year's defense and this year's defense.
We was red zone team last year, 2023. And I'm telling you, Vic Fangio, first thing he came and did, we did not do my, field stuff, learning the field calls and that in the middle. We went straight into the red zone for like at least 2 weeks in OTA, working on red zone calls and everything. So that's why you see the results of us in the red zone now, because we start off in the red zone.
They are the fifth best defensive team in the red zone. They only give up 50% of points to teams that get inside the 20, score against them. Only teams who are better than them this year: the Chargers, the Bears, the Dolphins, and they're tied with the Rams. Those teams, the Eagles' red zone, big difference, as Darius Slay said. But he said, we focused on it. We got into OTAs. Now, that's an interesting point, because think about that in April, May, when we're talking about OTAs. And people are like, oh, it's only OTAs. The Eagles got something out of OTAs this year. They got something out of OTAs this year. And I always say, OTAs, do not discount what OTAs are. You know why? Coaches love coaching. Any chance a coach gets a chance to get his players out on the field, he's going to try to teach. And you heard with Big Play Slay, I love that comment for him, that we learned, we went into the red zone back in OTAs. We're talking OTAs. We're not talking training camp. We're talking, hey, well, they got
We're
T-shirts.
talking about practice.
Well, we got T-shirts and helmets on and shorts. They're not doing anything. No, they're learning the terminology. And this defense learned in OTAs what's important. And what was important to Vic Fangio? Keep teams out of the red zone. And Darius Slay said it. The Eagles are one of the best defenses in the league because of their red zone practices.
We know teams are great enough to get down there. The harder thing is to get in that box. That's why we wanted the number one scoring defenses, you know what I'm saying? All that great stuff, because you can have a high-powered offense, but a high-powered offense don't get in that box. It don't mean nothing.
Yeah. It's Darwin Walker, who played for the Jim Johnson defenses. We used to host a show together, and he used to tell me all the time, Coach Johnson didn't care how many yards we gave up, 20-20, 17 points. That was the number. Just keep him out of the end zone. 17 points, that was our goal every single week. Now, the Eagles this year give up a little bit over 17 points a game, but they're right around, I think they're like 20, 21. I think the best team in the league gives up about 18, 19 points. 17 is a really tough number to get to. But if you give up 17, you should win the game. But I love hearing what Darius Slay talked about, the OTAs, the red zone, and that's been the big difference. The difference between this team and last year's team is last year you got on the field, you scored against the Eagles. It wasn't just, you were scoring at will.
The Eagles are allowing 17.8 points per game this year on defense. And if you guys think about it, Mike, how important was those red zone practices when, remember, in the Packers game in Brazil, the early turnovers, they stood up and stopped the Packers from scoring big touchdowns early in that game on short fields.
One thing that Sal Paolantonio, he was on Greeny today with Chris Carlin and Bart Scott. He explained to those guys why the Eagles defense, in his mind, has to be considered the best defense in the NFL.
This team graded out number one on defense. They gave up the fewest yards. They have been taking the ball away every single game more and more. The way that Jalen Carter is playing, he's double-teamed more than any other defensive tackle in the NFL. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson, when his head is in the game, is one of the best center field safeties in the business.
Yeah, and the C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing, C.J. after the game 2 weeks ago said, I need to grow up. I realize what I mean to this team when I got kicked out of that game. I'm glad he said that, and maybe that's something that kind of jump starts and springboards him to have a big game and a big playoff run, because these two teams have played. Sal Pal, what's the difference between Brazil? Sao Paulo was there. Remember, we had him on the show live from Sao Paulo, Brazil. And by the way, Sao Paulo will be on Friday's show and on Monday's show to recap the Eagles and the Packers and to preview the Eagles and the Packers. So make sure you're listening for Sao Paulo Friday and a special Sao Paulo Monday. But he was also in Brazil. So what's the difference between the Eagles, Packers, Brazil playoffs?
It's light years between week one and the wild card round. First of all, Jalen Hurts turned the football over 3 times, fumble and 2 interceptions. First time in his career that he won a game with 3 turnovers. On the 10-game win streak, he only turned the ball over 3 more times. So So they fixed that problem.
They fixed that problem. That's a great point by him. You remember the first couple of weeks of the season, the Eagles had this turnover streak going. I think Jalen Hurts turned the ball over like 4 weeks straight to open up the season right up into the bye week.
Correct.
After that, no more. So Sal Powell explained it. What's different now than what we saw in Brazil? Jalen Hurts, 3 turnovers. They're not turning the ball over. Now, you could make an argument, well, we haven't seen Jalen Hurts. So there is some news that just came out about an hour ago that gives us a pretty good indication that Jalen Hurts is going to be ready to play, and that's that the Eagles release Ian Book. Well, who? What? They brought him in. He was the backup quarterback last week because Kenny Pickett was not able to play. So McKee was the starter last week, and Book was the backup. Well, you cannot be the emergency quarterback unless you're on the roster. So the Eagles have 3 quarterbacks currently on their roster: Hurts, Pickett, McKee. Book has been released, which says those 3 guys are going to have to be either the starter, the backup, or the emergency quarterback. And Sal Powell said Hurts was at Saturday's walkthrough, and that was a big step for him to get back on the field on Sunday.
Tomorrow, when the team gets on the practice field, we might see him on the practice field. We have not seen him at all. He was at the walkthrough on Saturday, going through reps mentally, and as everybody knows, Saturday when you're going through mental reps, you're just looking at the game plan and formation and alignment and assignment, so it's not any heavy lifting, but it was an important first step for Jalen Hurts.
So what is next for Jalen Hurts in the concussion protocol?
And then once he practices or gets involved in some of the football activities, he has to get evaluated by the independent neurologist and by the team doctors and the trainers to see if he can continue progressing on a concussion protocol. So it is a murky, somewhat mysterious thing. We don't have a lot of information because that's the way the NFL wants it. They want it to be private. The Players Association, that's the way they set it up.
All right, there you go. Sal Paolantonio giving you the lowdown on what has to happen, the next step for Jalen Hurts. But the first step that makes you feel pretty good is Ian Book got waived today, and that means that he is not eligible to be on the roster, which means the 3 quarterbacks that are on the roster, Jalen Hurts, Kenny Pickett, Tanner McKee, they will be the ones that fill out the roster on Sunday. It'll be, most likely, Hurts starting, Pickett as the backup, Tanner McKee as the 3rd emergency quarterback. That would only change if Pickett is not healthy. Maybe he's the emergency quarterback and play if absolutely needed, and McKee is the backup for the game. We'll see. By the way, some news from Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer earlier today. Center Joel Embiid, left foot sprain. Paul George, left groin tightness. And Kyle Lowry, right hip soreness. All 3 of them will miss the game tomorrow night for the Sixers. I know you're at the point where you don't even care. You don't even want me to tell you. I'm just doing my job. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't be the guy that tweets at me and says, why are you even telling us this? Hey, if you don't care about the news, I can't just program a show for one guy. There are other people out there that might want to yell at the radio and say, I can't stand this team. They're driving me nuts. 524. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show live on the X platform and YouTube. You can go to the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show and subscribe, like, and the show will go live each and every day, and it will alert you so you can watch it on your phone, on your laptop, on your big screen TV. We got all that still to come. Big 3 on the way. Don't go away. Flyers and Maple Leafs tonight, right here on 97.3 ESPN. 531 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill with you. Don't forget, Flyers tonight, 7:30 is the puck drop. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. They take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Flyers, they got horrible goaltending situation, man. They're awful. It's just unfortunate. It's a team that, can't compete because they are so not competitive at the most important position.
A lot of times in other sports, Mike, we question general managers, right? Daryl Morey, Dave Dombrowski, Howie Roseman, maybe not so much recently, but still. So do you look at Danny Briere and say, Danny, what you doing, man?
I certainly can question why they haven't tried to find, a veteran guy just to, try to
stopgap,
steady the waters here a little bit. That could definitely be questioned. But I think the questions about them aren't as loud. The expectations just weren't there.
Did you know tonight is the halfway point of the season? Tonight's game
Wow.
41.
I did not realize that, man. It just starts moving and shaking and moving and shaking and moving. By the way, to the Sixers out there, they are playing tomorrow night. And I told you, no Embiid, no Paul George. There's a bunch of people hurt. And to the guy who tweeted in, he said, literally nobody except you cares about the 76ers. The shocking news would be if Embiid actually played. No more Sixers updates, please, from Stephen EHT. No, Steve, I would like to agree with you here. I am at the frustration level of about 9.5 with the Sixers.
9.5.
But my social media would say differently. The Sixers still, I get more engagement and people asking me Sixer stuff and tweeting and messaging me about Sixer stuff and frustrations with the Sixers. Or I'll tell you this, Christmas Day, we had Sixers on in one room, football on in the other room.
Mm-hmm.
Double the people watching the Sixers game. Double the people. And I'm talking, we had about 40 people in the house. So it wasn't even close. We had more people watching the Sixers game on Christmas Day than football. Now, your answer could be, well, the football game stunk. If you don't care about the Sixers, you're going to go watch football.
Right.
People want the team to do well, and they want this thing to turn around. Now, Stephen EHT, you might be different. There are a lot of people out there, Steve, believe it or not. I'm one of them. I love basketball. Now, I will say, this brand of NBA basketball, I'm not a big fan of. But I still love basketball. And I think a lot of people just love basketball and love when the basketball team's good. And right now, this is frustrating. It is a bad team. It's not fun most nights. Now, when they all play together, it's different. They can go on the road and beat Boston. You're going to go on the road on Christmas Day and beat Boston? That's about as high a profile win you can get. So, Steve, I apologize. I'm sorry that you feel the way you do. You don't have to take my news. You can just shove it into the corner and pile it up with your dirty laundry. Sorry.
9.5, that's a very Josh number.
Not really. 9.5 is a number. 9.3 would be a Josh number. 9.5, Josh, zeros and fives are numbers that are zeros, fives, they're round.
It's half.
Exactly. It's a half.
I wasn't aware halves were acceptable.
Yeah, well, if I sat down and told you, explained to you things that are acceptable and not, we'd be here all day. I mean, nobody wants to hear what you think is, acceptable and not. A half is a half. People, it's like anything, Josh. You say something like, for instance, when I say to Josh, what's your estimated time you're going to be here? Instead of saying 10:30, he'll give me 10:27. 30 would be the half. You would say, around 10:30. I don't want 10:27. I want the round number. So it's either about 10 o'clock. That's why people say 15, 30, 45. That's why they have names for those things. Quarter past the hour, half past the hour, those type of things. They don't have one for 27 after the hour.
And you're convinced I'm the only person who does this?
No, I know there's other people whose brains are wired differently. I mean, I'm not that obtuse. I just say most people whose brains aren't wired differently use fives and zeros as points, time points, numerical points. You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Like when you're driving, I'm about 5 miles away. Not like, hey, I'm about 7 miles away. I'm almost there. I'll be there in like 5 minutes. Like today, for instance, had breakfast with Sal Powell and Johnny G. They called me, said, hey, you meeting us for breakfast? And I said, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. My Waze said 18 minutes. Now, I could have gone 20, but you want to go less. You don't want to go over.
So you want to go less, so...
Yeah, because if I say 20, they're thinking, it's going to be 20 minutes? That's too long. If I say 15, in their mind, he'll be here in 15 minutes. That's not too bad. When I really said, it said 18 minutes on the Waze. So I rounded down. I'm not going to say 18 because then I'd sound like an idiot. You don't mind that?
No, I don't mind that because I don't think that makes me an idiot. I just think it makes me being specific.
Exactly. Most people aren't specific. Most people are vague or general.
Well, maybe people shouldn't be vague or general.
Maybe not, but I'm just going with the way that society has taken us. Society has pushed me in a way that being general and vague is more acceptable than being precise.
So is that a good or bad thing?
It's a good question. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I'm just going with it because
you're just riding the wave.
Well, I mean, I do think like when people say, like when you do time, time is a big one with you. You're very precise on the time. Time is a more generalization because many times it is kind of like plus or minus.
Yeah, I would say
working quarter of is there's a reason why there's a name for it because it's fives and zeros. They don't give it to you in threes and sixes.
I would say.
Do you acknowledge that?
I do acknowledge that.
Okay,
yes.
so what does that say to you? That, maybe it is a social norm that fives and zeros are the way that time is kind of in 5-minute increments.
I'm aware that there is a social, there is a cultural structure that leans into fives and tens.
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't have $3 bills. They don't have They do have $2 bills, but they're kind of out of circulation.
Yeah, well,
they don't have $4 bills.
I would go more with the change. You have 5 cents, 10 cents, 25, 50, $1.
Okay, bills or change. It's fives, tens. Goes that way. 20s. They don't have $23 bills.
Yeah,
that would be asinine.
That would be pretty funny, actually. I just don't think that in my mind, the way it works is my mind doesn't go to this is what the social norm is. My mind goes to whatever I'm going to say or do.
I don't really care. I'm just, giving you the reason you asked. I'm explaining it to you. Most of the time it would be a 0 and 5, and same with, time and mileage, anything like that. Hey, how far am I from the stadium? You're about 5 miles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like today, for instance, I was talking to Q Myers from Game Night.
I like Q Myers.
So I said to him, have you booked your hotel or Airbnb for New Orleans? He said, yeah. We're about 10 miles from the radio row. He didn't say 8 because that's how far it is. I looked up the hotel. It's like 7.8 miles from the place. But he didn't say we're 7.8 miles away.
I would have laughed if he
said 10.
Because then he would have questioned your friendship with
About
him.
10. We're about 10, he said. About 10. But about 10 tells me, okay, he's in the ballpark at 10.
So, like, if you meet someone who's not named Josh Hennig, and they said to you...
I mean, I know a couple others. But I mean, not many.
Just a general principle. Like, let's say you really get along with somebody, right? Let's say, you meet somebody, you both like the same craft beer, you like the, you both quote Seinfeld
I have that
all the
friend.
time.
I have that friend. You've met him before.
Okay.
My friend Matt is not a sports fan at all.
Mm-hmm.
But we have almost other identical interests.
Gotcha.
We both like the same type of beer. We like to travel, stupid stuff like that. But he knows nothing about sports.
Mm-hmm.
So go on.
No, I was gonna say because like in my mind it's like the Mike Gill friend category. Like if you were saying like craft beer, Seinfeld quotes, stuff like that. Like to travel. Maybe you both love baseball. You know what I mean? Like they check all the boxes, but then one day, like 6 months later into the friendship, he suddenly texts you, "Hey, I'll be there in 7 minutes."
No,
like,
he does that frequently.
Do you start questioning why am I friends with this guy again?
No, I mean I acknowledge that he is quirky.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
See, it's kind of like you just say, I already know they are what they are.
Yeah. You accept people for what they are. I don't really care. I just find it odd. just because it's odd to me doesn't mean I'm going to blacklist you from my life. I mean, that would be obtuse.
I mean, there are a lot of messed up people out there who might do that.
Well, there's a lot of people think that if you don't think the way they think, that you're like the anti.
Right.
I don't think that way. I could care less how other people think. Some people think this, like the guy with the Sixers.
Yeah.
You don't, here you got Shaner in Belcoville. He says, dare I say, we love the Sixers here in South Jersey. But giving us a team that gives you regular season love and no postseason confidence at all is awful. This year, we don't even get regular season love. Maxey's the top 3 favorite Philly athlete, but other than that, I don't trust the process, and dude with 2 first names is not helping us, Shaner in Belcoville. But he brought up an interesting point. They've given you regular season love for so long, so maybe this is the year that you get no regular season love, but you get playoff love. Then would you would look back and say, see, the regular season didn't matter all that much.
Yeah. And to his point about Maxey, I think the Maxey point is very interesting because, Mike, when you look at the Sixers, it's getting to the point where Maxey is the most popular guy, whereas a few years ago, he would have said it was Joel Embiid. And now we've evolved or devolved, depending on your perspective on it, that people just are so tired of Embiid and the injuries.
Well, that's one thing in sports that is weird about sports today as opposed to sports
when we were younger?
Yeah. Back then, you had a player who was your guy.
Right.
Now, you want to change the roster like you lose patience. And, you get tired or bored of that player. Like Joel Embiid, I always have said many times, I would lose 70 games again to be able to watch Joel Embiid play. Now, it's frustrating because we don't get to watch him play enough. Is
right.
Totally understanding, by the way. But I would also not say I'm rushing to trade Joel Embiid because I know you're not getting fair value back in return, and then you're basically starting over at square one. I'm willing to take as many shots as I can with Joel Embiid at him playing at his highest level. And I still think when he's on the court, that's the interesting part about Joel. He gets hurt. He'll miss a game, 2, 3, whatever. And then he comes back and scores 38 points and has like a night as if he didn't miss any time.
Right.
Where there's other guys who get hurt. And there's especially the amount of injuries that Joel has had.
The ridiculous amount.
Over the years. You would think at some point those injuries would just catch up to him and the decline would just be like slowly decline to where like, okay, he's a good player, but he's an 18-point-a-game guy. No, he still scores 38 points like on the reg. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I heard this comment, I think it was on NFL Live where they were talking about, back in the day, when guys would start piling up injuries, you would just be like, all right, they're done. But with today's modern medicine and technology, it's like guys can keep getting injured and all of a sudden they can keep playing.
Embiid, though, is like for his size and everything, you would wonder, okay, at what point is this the injury that finally
diminishes
he
returns?
Just can't be the same player. He just can't be that guy anymore. And there's no sign that he's not the same player. When he plays, which is sadly not enough, he still goes out there and dominates. I mean, there's been like 1 or 2 games this year where like, every other game he's still just 35, 38. I mean, it's crazy. Now get your ass out there, Embiid.
Right.
I don't know what's up with George. Some groin problem. I mean, who am I to question whether your groin hurts or not? But for God's sakes.
I mean, I hate to sound like that old man, but it's like at some point it's like I just wonder if some of these guys are just.
Well, Paul George is.
He has a lot of injuries himself.
He's had a ton of injuries. Paul George is one of those guys that I feel like doesn't understand how good he really is. And almost is like needs to be like constantly told, you're really good. You're really good. Hey, you're really good. Like he just doesn't get it. Like, and by the way, when he came in the league, nobody knew who he was. He came out of nowhere and became like a star.
Right.
When he was with Indiana.
Yeah, when he came to Indiana, the guy in Indiana at the time was Danny Granger. Remember that?
Yeah, he played for the Sixers. Never actually played, but the Sixers traded for him during the process.
Oh,
people forget that. Go look up that Danny Granger trade. All right, 546 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow me on the X platform. Hey, my friends at Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township, they're ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. You can check out the football special, free tandoori, spicy chicken wings the week the Eagles win. For dine-in customers, it's the number 2 ranked restaurant in all of New Jersey. They serve delicious meals that will satisfy your taste buds. I know because I've tried it multiple times. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, we've been wanting to go there. What do you have? And I said, well, the couple times I went, we order everything. You just got to get the buffet. It's on Sundays from 11:30 to 3. If you've never gone before, my advice to you is to go to the buffet, try a bunch of everything, and then you can tell yourself, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. I always say, go with a big group of people and order everything on the Nizam's menu, and you can't go wrong. It's a Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. My Bet365 play of the day is next. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. I got a couple picks for you tonight. How we do last night?
Last night, split the difference, Mike. The Portland Trailblazers covered to 6.5, but the Spurs, they couldn't cover. They lost outright to the Bulls. And Kobe White dunked all over Wembayama.
All right, I got the Spurs again tonight, but I'm not taking them. I'm going Golden State -5 on the back-to-back for San Antonio, and Boston tonight -6 against Denver. Boston got blown out by the Thunder the other night. I don't think they're going to get beat again, so I like -6 against a struggling Denver team. Give me Boston there, Golden State -5 against the Spurs, and that is my Bet365 play of the day. What's the updated
92, 64, and 1.
92, 64, and 1. Okay, by the way, Sixers off tonight. They'll play tomorrow night. Flyers in action tonight. They're taking on Toronto, 7:30 puck drop right here on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow, we are live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. So we will hope to see some people stop on up there and say hello, put down a little bet, a little wager on the Eagles, +650 to win the Super Bowl this year. That's the best odds you're going to get, because if they win this week, those odds are going to drop. So get them at +650 if you want to jump on them now. All right, game night's coming up next. Kevin Durso will preview the Flyers and the late Maple Leafs, plus the midway point of the Flyers season. So Kevin Durso coming up tonight to preview that. Tomorrow we are live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, and we'll get you ready for the Eagles and the Packers. Plus we'll look back at the night of the Flyers and get you ready for the Sixers and the Wizards. College football playoffs Thursday and Friday right here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This has been the Sports Bash. Don't forget, you can watch the show on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Have a great night, everybody.